Good evening and welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike, and tonight I have 7 stories to talk about in this edition of Pop Talk. And to lead it off, we will be talking about NBC considering abandoning their 10 p.m. primetime time slot for local programming. We will also be talking about DC Comics artist Jorge Molina responding to the publisher's cartoonish edit of his recent cover for Green Lantern for Spanish Heritage Month. And we will also be talking about an article from Yahoo about director James Gunn saying he has a long list of actors he'll never work with again. We also have an article from Anime News Network, and it's talking about how Warner Brothers Discovery has no plans to cancel Toonami. And I also have a story about Rian Johnson wanting to still finish his trilogy. And the other story I have tonight is Marvel and Chris Evans destroying Captain America because of Donald Trump. Now, I know I have previously stated that I don't want any politics in Pop Talk, but I did find this interesting because everybody's stance as far as Donald Trump is concerned, and the way it does go into entertainment and pop culture, and we see it. It's evident in our movies, our television shows. I was even watching a live stream of Saints Row, the remake, last night, and I'm not going to tell you from my perspective, I'm not going to buy that game. I'm not going to play that game. And I also have an article here about WandaVision, WandaVision Helmer, Matt Shakman, in talks to direct Marvel's Fantastic Four and how he walked away from the Kelvin timeline of Star Trek and directing the fourth movie. Before I start talking about any and all these stories, I do want to acknowledge those of you who are currently here in the chat and anybody who might be lurking at this time. First, I'd like to say welcome to Leia Rose. She says, "Hello, Pacific Forum 4. Hello, Leia Rose. I hope you're having a good Wednesday." And next, we have the old man. It's great to see you, old man. I hope Baron's doing well. And we now have Gap After Dark. And he says, "Hell, Layla Rose, and Old Man, and Pacific 4 and 4." And he also says, "Please hit that like button and share out the stream." And of course, he has the link to the stream. And he's also saying, if you're not already subscribed, please do so. Share out Pacific 4 and 4 channel. Appreciate that, Gap. Really do. And let's see, Old Man is saying, "Gap After Dark, hell." So let's go ahead and get into the first story, leading off the batting order, and that's NBC considering dropping their 10 p.m. primetime time slot. This article comes from Variety, and for anybody who might be new here, the way I run things here on Pop Talk is I'll actually read the entire article with flubs and mispronunciations and stutters and all that. But I'll also put the link to the article into the chat, just like I put it in the description down below, so you can all read it at your own discretion. So, this article comes from Variety. It's written by Jennifer Mass. It was actually posted on August 26th, and it says NBC considers abandoning 10 p.m. primetime hour for local programming. And it starts off like this: NBC is considering handing over its 10 p.m. primetime programming hour to local stations, Variety has confirmed. Insiders say that this conversation has happened multiple times over the past 10 years and emphasize this is not the first time the option of Ceding time to affiliates has been discussed at the broadcast, excuse me, at the broadcaster. Instead, this is just the most recent in ongoing explorations, and it could lead to no change at all. Goes on to say, additionally, sources say NBCU is not mulling this as a cost cutting move that would lead to less programming, but one that might be made to best utilize the broadcast brand and relationship with affiliate versus its streaming and cable options. It continues by saying it's more important to note that news speculation surrounding a 10 p.m. hour change, which comes just ahead of NBC launching its fall lineup September 19th, does not impact any new and returning series airing during the time period, at least for now. The earliest NBC would consider implementing a shift that would hand over the 10 o'clock hour to affiliates would be fall 2023, so next year. Article continues to say at that point, decisions would need to be made regarding what stays, what goes, what shifts to an earlier time slot or another night, and what could be a better fit on NBCU's streamer Peacock. At the moment, NBC has the new Quantum Leap reboot, new season of New Amsterdam, Chicago PD, and Law and Order Organized Crime, all airing at 10 p.m. There will also be no changes made for late night programming, including The Tonight Shows starring Jimmy Fallon and Late Night with Seth Meyers, which air at 11:35 p.m. and 12:35 p.m. respectively. However, there is a chance NBC could consider shifting start times for those talkers if the 10 p.m. hour is handed over to affiliates, perhaps a half hour or an hour earlier. There is also a chance that NBC stations would opt to schedule an hour and a half of news, keeping those late night chat shows in their same place. While NBC is the number one network, we are always looking at strategies to ensure that our broadcast business remains as strong as possible. An NBC spokesperson said in a statement to Variety Friday, as a company, our advantage lies in our ability to provide audiences with the content they love across broadcast, cable, and streaming. NBC dis- NBC declined further comment, and I do apologize about the stutter, but I end up doing that sometimes too. NBC wouldn't be the first broadcaster to leave the 10 p.m. hour to local stations, something Fox and the CW network have been doing since their inception. Currently, NBC, ABC, and CBS are the only English language broadcast networks that air shows at 10 p.m., usually dramas. And let's see, it continues to say each of the broadcasters have experienced primetime ratings decline in over the past decade as cord cutting continues and their parent companies' competitors experiment with streaming options that lead to increased competition for eyeballs. Yeah, and the fact that everybody's, been cutting the cord because at one point we were told it's going to save you in the wallet. Well, it's just as expensive to sign up for one streaming service after another, just as it was to have a cable or satellite provider. I know myself, I can't afford all these streaming services. This is also not the first time NBC has mulled reducing its primetime footprint. As early as 1981, NBC looked at moving The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson into primetime and conducted a study about doing such a thing. In the mid 2000s, the network also approached Oprah Winfrey and David Letterman about hosting an 8 p.m. talk strip that would have also reduced the rest of the prime time to 2 hours. The network finally did such a thing in 2009 as the ill fated experiment to air the Jay Leno show 5 days a week at 10 p.m. led to a mass cancellation of primetime series as NBC adjusted its primetime schedule to reflect the loss of 5 hours of it on its lineup. And the article finishes up by saying the Jay Leno show quickly plummeted in ratings, and affiliates balked as it impacted the lead into their late newscast, forcing the network to restore scripted and other fare by 10 p.m. But that in turn led to the Great Talk Show Wars of 2010 when NBC decided to move Leno back to 11:35 p.m., leading to Conan O'Brien's exit from the Peacock network. Other networks that have given up primetime inventory over the years include the CW, where it dropped Sundays before later restoring the night, while Fox returned the Sunday 10 p.m. hour to affiliates. I hate that it skips, which that the network briefly programmed in the early 90s. And if you go way back in time, it also says prior to 1971 and the adoption of the primetime access rule, the networks used to program the 7:30 p.m. half hour as well. Well, that's true. So I'm going to go ahead and read all your comments on this article, and I will also include the invite link for anybody who would like to join in and talk about this. And also, while I'm doing that, I do want to say hello to Kelly Chow. Welcome and roll tide. And he asks, "What's going on?" Oh, we're talking about NBC. We're talking about Marvel. We're talking a little bit of Star Wars, and we're talking about Toonami tonight. So let me go ahead and pin that invite link in there. Give me 1 second. I know, dead air. Not good. Never good. Okay, so the message should be pinned. There it is. The invite link is sent and set. So all you have to do is click above and you can join me here on Pacific 414 Pop Talk. And Keely Chow says, didn't NBC drop the 10 p.m. time slot for Jay Little? Yeah, they did. And I can remember being in Vegas when they did that. And I was out there with some friends and we watched the show and we just weren't entertained. So we ended up leaving our hotel room and going around the strip through the night. And Gap is saying, yeah, the audience is so fragmented today. Yeah, it is because we're, being told, oh, you can only watch this show on Apple TV Plus. You can only watch this show, say, on Hulu or Disney Plus, or you have to sign up for Peacock in order to see these other shows that we're producing. It's just gotten out of hand. And I also want to say hello to Anonymous. Yo, Joe. Hope you're doing well tonight, Anonymous. And yes, Anonymous, because you're here. Yes, I'm going to play it. I can already hear you now, but I'm still going to play it, brother. Because I enjoy playing it.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
And, this is a new one I created too. And I'm going to use it because obviously Anonymous comes here because, he needs his pain.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
And of course, you might even say that about me because I am going to watch those 3 episodes and I'm going to emphasize 3 episodes of The Rings of Power. And I'll give you my honest opinion. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking about watching them live so you can actually see my reaction. I'll actually put myself on camera for this so you can see my reaction and see my pain and suffering. But hey, I'm a Cub fan. I'm used to it. So let's go ahead and I will wait and see if anybody wishes to join because you're all welcome to join at any time. It's an open door policy here on Pop Talk. The only thing you have to do is confirm that you're actually human. Hey, folks, guess what? I get to play it again.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
That was completely uncalled for.
Well, let's see what the referees say. Nope, the referee says it's allowed.
Dang it. Stupid. You bought them off. You know you did.
Well, you should know the official system is rigged on this channel.
Of course it is.
I'm the only official.
How much did you pay yourself?
I don't pay myself at all.
Man, you'd be had for cheap. Look at you.
All right, so Anonymous, what do you think about this first story here about NBC considering dropping their 10 p.m. time slot?
I didn't catch all of it. What's in the 10 p.m. time slot?
Currently, they're considering abandoning their 10 p.m. time slot and giving it to local affiliates so they can fill that hour. So you might get another hour of news. You might even get, a drama series or comedy. It's up to the affiliates if they do this because it's something that they've considered doing many times in the past.
What is actually there now, though?
Right now, you have shows like Chicago PD, Law and Order, drama shows, crime dramas.
When you say 10 p.m., that 10 p.m. like Eastern, not Central, right?
Well, it would be 9 p.m. for Central.
Okay, so yeah, that makes a big difference. When I hear 10 p.m., I'm like, doesn't the news already come on at 10 p.m.? It's like, yeah, so no big deal. But yeah, if they're dropping 9 o'clock, they're in trouble. Something's wrong. It
also mentions in the article how ratings aren't what they used to be.
Of course not. People, what shows? Name me something, on a network station that you watch.
I honestly can't. I don't watch network television like I used to.
No, because there's generally everything that they got. There's probably one here or there, I don't even know about, but generally it's pretty generic. It's not funny. I mean, I partake in a couple TV shows from CBS, and they're not nowhere near what they used to be. I mean, I laugh every once in a while. It's just something to pass the time, I guess. They're not woke. Well, they're not too woke, I guess. I'll put it that way. But there's really not a lot. Streaming services are, well, for the most part, streaming services are doing it better than network. Paid cable channels are doing it better. I don't know. They've lost something. They lost a step. They lost their edge. They lost the ability to produce something good. And look at a lot of the other shows. A lot of the shows are like, working on 10, 13, 15 seasons of stuff. I mean, come on.
I mean, Law and Order, it doesn't matter if it's the original or any of the spinoffs. It just keeps going and going and going.
Yep.
And at this time, I do want to say good evening to Gap After Dark. How you doing, Gap?
Good evening. I won't be able to moderate while I'm on my phone, just to let you know.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll keep an eye on things.
But yeah, I saw the article and I was trying to get on there, but my mom keeps on worrying about this. We feed every animal in the neighborhood, and she's like, I wish this cat would leave so this other dog would go. And I'm like, if the dog is that hungry, it'll scare the cat to go get the food. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The dog will eat the cat.
Yeah, it's like,
if it's hungry enough.
Yeah, but and we had a dog show up last night, a thunderstorm, just to show up to be on the porch and ate one thing and took off. But anyway, yeah, these dropping the 10 p.m. time slot thing, but I think they're eventually going to do it because they need to save money, and like I said earlier, the audience is so fragmented that they need to figure out how to capture. Number one, they need to redo the Nielsen ratings to capture not just certain people who have the Nielsen box, but just plain old viewers. That would change the ratings so much for everything if they would just do that. And they need to take into account, in my opinion, the people who have cut the cord and who have an antenna and streaming, which would be me, people like me, and then people over 35, and people in their 40s and 50s who watch Me TV or Comet TV or H&I. I think some of those are on cable, but that's expensive. I can't afford cable. So I was like, you know what? I got me a 350-mile range antenna, and I pick up 3 states.
Yeah, because some of those HD antennas are good.
Yeah, they are. In the picture, I was like, wow. Because, usually every night I watch Star Trek, the original series on H&I on the antenna. And then on the weekends, I watch Comet TV. And then my other stuff is, I just have Amazon because of the free shipping, but, and I got HBO Max free with my cell phone provider. So that's it as far as my streaming. And so technically I only pay for one, but I think they discount the cord cutters, and you need to bring to the table programming that's really going to capture the left out market, in my opinion, which is the cord cutters and the people who can't afford that. They watch TV too. And, so if you were to bring that in and then change, Nielsen ratings would change, I think you would be able to capture more. And, primetime used to be, what, 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, it used to be the be all end all.
Yeah, I remember I used to look forward to, at 7 o'clock. They're going to start this, and, you can go all the way till 10 o'clock in my time zone, and then you can go to bed. And I think they'll turn it over to the affiliates, and the affiliates can make a choice. I know, like the CW, they don't do news after prime time. They don't do news, but they show something like The Big Bang, or 2 episodes of The Big Bang, or what's that show with the 2 waitresses, 2 broke girls. Yeah. And so I think the industry needs to push for Nielsen to switch, because I did the Nielsen ratings. I got lucky twice in my lifetime. So far, I've gotten to do the Nielsen ratings, but they need to change.
I did that. I did it twice, and they wanted me to do it the third time, and they sent me their $5 crisp dollar bills.
Yeah,
I just took that and I didn't do it. I was like, I'm done with you.
I'm going to Taco Bell.
That's right.
Taco Bell.
And real quick, I want to say welcome to the old man and Bill McCracken. And you know what, gentlemen? I'm going to give you both the same theme.
The same thing. What?
The same theme. Yeah. Yes, Bill. That's right.
Roll tape.
They've kind of more or less ruined so much, because I have satellite, and I don't have any of the other extra premium stuff. I can't afford it. I'm a retired old fart.
Well, yeah, I agree. And, I mean, for me, in my situation, I won't say too much, but I spend, because of health, I spend about 90% of my time in bed. I mean, I can occasionally get up and walk, but I do everything on my phone. And, I was like, okay, we do the Amazon because it's got the free shipping. Does their service, is their streaming service good? Hell no, it's not good. But that's my only one that I pay for. And my friend offered me to use Netflix, and I got the HBO Max free with my phone. And I love the antenna TV. I mean, I still can watch network primetime shows, and sometimes the picture is like smoking hot, better than a real HD TV with the HD antenna. And I like it. I just think the industry needs to change. There's going to be no more time like they had in the past when, like, Shot JR got 65 million viewers, or in a night. They're not going to have that anymore, and they should dump programming in. I understand the coveted demographics, 18 to 35. Well, hell, I'm way over the damn 35. But you know what? You need to pay attention to us old farts. We watch TV too. And, if they were to bring their A game for the antenna TV and for their broadcast TV, they might be able to retain a decent amount of viewership and change the rating system to encompass everyone who watches it, because we all know they tack on signals so they can tell who's watching their program. Just don't count the Nielsen boxes. Use the whole damn shebang. And then, because that would have changed so many shows. I got pissed at NBC. Sucks in my mind too, because they've canceled so many good shows. And I'm like, excuse me, but the ratings came out and y'all averaged 4.5 million viewers, and then you turn around at, like, the CW, and you renew a show that had 1.8 million people. I mean, that's, who's scratching whose back? I thought you wanted our eyeballs,
Well, first of all,
And real quick, I just want to say hello to Apollome's Minion. Hello, Apollome's.
Hey, Palmy.
Congratulations on reaching 200 subscribers tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Apollome's. Congratulations.
Thanks for subbing back, by the way.
Well, hello, everybody, first of all.
Hey, Phil.
Second of all, I don't know how you changed the Nelson rating, because that's only people viewing. They're only getting the information of you viewing. If people aren't viewing a show, well, let's just say in modern setting, normally it gets canceled. It ain't going to change anything. You don't have the viewers. You're not going to have the.
Yeah, but Nielsen isn't across the board. It's people who have those Nielsen boxes, or
I understand that, but you know what? They have other ways of knowing, because guess what? When your sponsors that pay millions of dollars for a commercial don't want to put a commercial up, then Let's look at it this way. You brought up the CW. The CW were putting shows on there that didn't have, even with the Nelson ratings, it was tanking. Like I said many times, Batwoman shouldn't even have had 2 episodes, let alone 3 seasons.
Yeah.
They put the money, what they did was, Warner Brothers put the money behind being woke, and they went broke. NBC is next on the list for televisions if Mr. What's his name of Mr. Microsoft doesn't pump money into it.
Yeah.
That's a fact. ABC,
And real quick, I just want to say hello to the Christian Fan of Geek.
How's it going? And ABC is on the thing with Disney. Look at ESPN. Look at all of them. They're all losing money. Simple solution isn't because people aren't getting told how many people are actually really watching it. It's because no one's watching them. The only one that probably has any clout, if you want to call it that, is Fox. That's it. CBS, all of them, they had all gone woke. They all gone broke. And they're
Part to it is when I watch anything on like satellite or on cable, they know they're tracking every bit of it.
Mhm.
And if I'm in something and I'm watching something and I bail out of it halfway through or in the first 10 minutes because it stinks, they're going to know it. They can see that. And they've got the charts showing some of these different programs where the first few minutes of it, oh, it's doing great, and then boom, everybody's gone.
Well, then they don't take it into account when they decide to axe or continue a program, because I submit if they took if they can track it besides Nielsen, then why don't they take it into account? And then we wouldn't have to see this garbage except for the agenda pushing people.
Well, that's the problem.
Well,
They're
that's
all pushing the
yeah.
agenda.
Listen, I know that if you have a smart TV, they're tracking everything you watch.
Yeah,
I got a dumb TV. Anonymous.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Because I know. Listen, I thank you. I have what I do is I buy TV series and movies and stuff. I have a physical collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for the price you pay for cable TV, you can buy 3 or 4 TV series every month. So you can do that, and I rip all my stuff to my computer and I stream it just like Netflix to my various TVs in the house. So when my smart TV in the front room knows that I'm watching something off my computer, it's a Roku TV, so it pops up a message, hey, watch this TV show on other streaming services. It knows exactly what I'm watching inside my house from my computer.
Yeah, well, I don't like that because, one day they might accidentally show you scratching your underwear with a beer in your hand and some beer nuts on the left side of your hand. I mean, I don't want to.
Well, if they have cameras in there, yeah, they might see it. They might show it.
But another thing that's killed the networks. Back, old man will probably know about this. We used to have shows that would go 5, 6, 7, 8 years. If it was good, you had the fandom to watch it. It went long. That changed in the early 2000s. Now, I know, Gabe, you talk about Stargate SG-1. At the time when they announced the cancellation, that still was the #1 show on television. It could have went 2 or 3 or 4 more years.
Yep.
They don't want that. The networks do not want that. That's one of the reasons they canceled Mike and Molly when they were up top. Even
I
though it
like
wasn't the
Mike and
greatest show.
Molly.
But
wish
they only
never
gave them
canceled
4
it.
years because here's the thing. Paying all these actors, paying for a program doesn't pay after 4 years. They can make more money taking that series and rerunning the episodes as reruns. Same thing for Castle. When they canceled that was one of the top shows during that time. They don't want shows more than 4 years.
But I can see that being a thing if the price of the actors gets out of hand.
Up. Yeah.
Like in Friends, when they got like $1 million an episode. Was it a lot more than that?
Probably more than that.
Or was it 20 million an episode?
You know what? When the show gets #1, and especially when Sci-Fi had Friday nights, the #1 show on television, when they had Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and Battlestar Galactica. And the prices they were charging for advertisements, you better believe, was astronomical.
Yeah, the more popular it is, the more they can charge for your advertising spots.
But it isn't always the actors pricing themselves out of business. It's the company itself. Just look. Originally, Stargate SG-1 was on Showtime. Showtime had it for about 4 years and said, we were done. So they shopped it around, and Sci-Fi, when Sci-Fi was making shows, they went ahead and said, we'll pick it up. And they picked it up, but they knew they were going to make money. But after that 4-year mark, they were like, done.
Well, they did 5. They did 5 on Showtime.
Yeah, and they did 5 on
Sci-Fi Channel.
Sci-Fi Channel plus
but
another.
When you back in our day, when you had a show like MASH that ran as long as it did.
So
they could have went 2 or 3 more years. That show still would have been a hit. It still was making money. How long did what was that? Happy Days. Look how long that ran. They
Look
like
how
I said
long Matt ran.
back
Cheers.
then they didn't care how long if this TV show was making money and still getting the ratings. They did not care. They'll run it and keep on running it.
So
nowadays, their market is 4 years and done.
So what? All right, with your math, Phil math, why can't they make money actually producing the show for another anything after 4 years? Well, I mean, where do they lose money?
Their philosophy is they make more money on the reruns than they do if
they can still make money on the reruns. Well, I mean, they can syndicate it out old episodes. I've seen that happen a million times.
You name me a show in the last 2 years that's been running for 10 years. Name me one.
I don't watch them. Well, yeah, all the lawyer shows and cop shows.
You said name one. But
there you go. But there's one. I mean, and now forever make money because guess what?
People love that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
real quick, I want to say hello to Channel 66. Welcome,
hey,
Matt.
The only show that we can say in the last 5 years or even 6 years that had its cup of tea that was created in the 2000s that was really good was The Big Bang Theory. That's it.
But now The Kiss of Death is 3 seasons because I know some creators and executive producers and some just happen to be from the Stargate. And they've all had shows after that, and most of it is the Kiss of Death is 3 seasons now. Now it's 3 seasons, and they're done. And I think politics and the craving for more material to dump, no matter what the quality is what's changing, and agendas is what's changing the landscape of how long something stays on. Because you used to get 22 episodes a season. Now you're lucky if you get 13.
Yeah,
or in some cases 8.
Yeah, that's
very
true.
little. They don't make shows for people like us anymore. They don't. Every once in a while, you'll get one pass through, the net, but they are in it for the younger crowd. They're in it to indoctrinate, I will say, because we shy away from all the insanity politics that they push in these shows. So they're doing it for the kids that are coming out of college, kids that are coming out of high school, and who've already been subjected to this stuff. They think they're producing so many of these kids and young adults that those types of shows will resonate with them, and they'll flock to it. And that's their new generation of TV watchers. That's their new generation of.
And here's the thing, even with that, some of these young kids aren't even flocking to these shows.
That's right, and that's the thing. They don't care. They don't want to see this garbage in their shows either. They had to listen to it through freaking college and school, and a lot of them may be activists and stuff, but a lot of them are just like, take it or leave it, whatever. Yeah, I support my gay friend and blah blah blah, and the trainee down the road, fine. But you know what? My TV. The quality of the TV shows that they're making with all the woke crap is subpar at best. They don't get what we got when we were growing up. We got freaking fantastic writing and TV shows and well-produced stuff, even for the times that, special effects and props and all that stuff, for TV was, not what it is today, but it was great for the time, and a lot of that holds up, and the stories and the writing were awesome, And that's what really draws people in, and they're not getting that. Even with the woke bull crap, but they're not getting quality, and they take off and they do whatever on their social media.
No,
And-
they're not getting quality, and they're not getting variety in their programming.
Yeah, like reality TV changed the landscape big time. Cheap to produce, and easy to throw it out there quick. I think reality TV put a big dent in the flow of things too, because
When you watch some of these reality TV, now they got that. Well, they go out and they're going to live in the jungle for,
oh
X
yeah,
months,
Survivor.
yeah.
and going to run around naked and something.
Naked and afraid.
Yeah,
If I see none of us naked, I would be afraid.
and
Same
the
here,
worst
Phil.
stuff I've seen.
That's not the visual I need.
I just thought of sorry, old man. I just thought of Phil looking like a shrinked up prune. But anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
You haven't never seen my dead sexy booty.
I was talking about Phil. I know.
Oh well.
The thing is, when you're watching this, and then they're out there all alone and everything else, they're struggling to survive. Where is it with the people that are watching that don't realize they got a crew member out there with a camera, another one with lighting, they got another one with sound, then they got a sound truck, and probably an air-conditioned trailer for these people. As soon as they're done shooting the episode, they can run and hide in.
Yeah, it's been proven that, like, especially on Discovery, you didn't get no faker than that. But if you remember, back in the day, our wonderful government tried to be reasonable with some of these networks, and they created the family hour back in the 70s. That means between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock, when normally kids of all ages were still up, you tried to keep it G-rated. You kept things off the air. After 10 o'clock, the networks that they wanted to show, you can put it up there. They weren't happy with that. The networks were, it's limiting our free speech, and this was years for it to develop until you get what you have today with the wokeness. I would tell you this: if the 70s and early 80s they had this stuff on television, people would have been throwing their TVs out the window. That would have been the end of television. And they wouldn't have cared. They would pop on the radio in the car or pop a radio in the house and be just as fine. If you would have told us, people, the consumers, we had to suffer through that, we'll watch you burn. We watch you go bankrupt. We don't care.
Well, think about it. In the early days of television, up until probably the early 2000s, it was all about family time. Prime time was family time.
Like I said, they tried and they did their best to destroy it. And that was the government just saying, hey, when our government actually did stuff, say, hey, let's just give that period of time because we don't want to influence kids. We don't want to influence or step over the bounds of the parent. And if we want to sit there and watch television with our family, we can watch television with our family. You can put on Mike and Molly. You can put on 2.5 Men, and you can even throw Everybody Loves Raymond. But the sexual conduct and the innuendos in all them shows were there. Now, maybe a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old might not catch on to it, but a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old are going to catch on to it real quick.
They did with 2.5 Men. I had to quit watching that freaking show. I mean, good.
It's almost like mind porn.
In 1962, you had your main type of stuff on there. You had, Have Gun Will Travel, Paladin. You had Gunsmoke with Jim Arness. You had all of those programs on running during the primetime stuff. When it was over, that was the end of it for the network. Then the local stations picked that stuff up, and they could show whatever they wanted. So, in my particular case that I'm talking about, I saw back then on television TNA.
What?
Yes. One of the shows that kind of at 11 o'clock at night, they were running a movie with Sophia Loren called Two Women, in which, she did a big topless scene in there.
Don't forget, we had.
Tell me what show, or I'll go look for that. Well,
Two
we had
Women.
Sophia
PBS.
Loren, I mean, who wouldn't want to look at her?
yeah.
We had PBS, and after the Family Hour around 11 o'clock, Benny Hill. And that's an educational. That's supposed to be an educational channel. And if any of you guys don't know what Benny Hill is, it's practically a guy running around, and all the women are practically topless. And there's an old man that actually happens to be his real father in real life, and he smacks him on top of the head. That was Benny Hill. On PBS, originally from England, but it's from BBC, but it was on PBS.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, they all did it. They all seen how far they can push. But at least we had that window. Like I said, you had that window for a couple of hours a day, 4 hours. It was safe to, your kid, your grandparents sit there and watch TV. Don't forget, in the 70s and 80s, you had one big TV. You might be in color, it might be black and white. You having a TV in your own room, you were lucky. So you had to share the television.
I was
everybody had to agree.
Yep.
What are we watching? Well, I don't want to watch that. Well, then go to your room or go outside if it's summertime. The sun's still out.
Yeah, you don't like it, go out and play, or your dad would go, I'm watching sports.
We had in our town, when I was growing up, they had the whistle at night. The fire alarm system would go off. And that would tell all the kids over a certain age, they had to be in the house. And the cops did run around and check. If you were over that age, you were permitted. But under that age, you had to be inside. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Up until then, everybody was out on the street. Television was being watched. I mean, I remember back in, in about 54. Yeah, I think it was 54, 53. I saw something I didn't even believe existed. I'm used to black and white, kids. It turned on the TV and there was a color TV show. And I'm going, what? Color? I couldn't believe it. But they did have color TV back then. England actually invented color TV, and they had it before World War II.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can remember stories from my grandparents, especially hearing stories from my grandmother on my dad's side of the family. When my grandfather was stationed in England, some of the things he said he saw in color television was one of the things he said that he saw while he was over there.
Yeah, and parents aren't as engaged, not a whole lot of them. And TV sort of is reflecting, in my mind, a breakdown of the family. I got shocked when I first saw the first tampon commercial. I'm like, oh my God. Or Massengill in the 70s. I was like, Mom, what's that? She said, well, you don't need to use that, but I'll explain to you what it is. And my mom used to be a gatekeeper with TV. She'd be like, I have to investigate these shows before you watch them.
And
real quick, I just want to say hello to Star Wars Theology. Welcome, Felix, and also to the Padawannabe.
Hey, Padawannabe, hi.
Yeah, you missed it, buddy.
No. It can always be replayed.
No.
Yes. Let's go ahead and replay it for the Padawannabe. Anonymous.
Back,
you suck.
Back when time.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, back in the 60s, the 50s, and what have you, and it all got dumped back onto the local station to provide entertainment at that time if they wanted to stay on the air.
Mhm.
Well, one of the problems that they had was they could run a local show, right? But then they got cameraman there, the whole da-di-da-di-da, the whole bit. That was expensive. They do that for the evening news and the weather, but the rest of the time they were looking for something that they could cheap. What in the world could they get that was cheap back then? Foreign movies. I saw more foreign movies on television back in those days than I've ever seen since. And a lot of those pictures, because they were done over in Europe, had nudity in them. Ta-da! And we think it's something new and shocking.
Did they not have the standards back then?
No, I mean, the movie came in from Europe, and it'd be like a German movie that was subtitled.
Yeah.
And okay, that movie came in, but it was meant to go to like the art houses and what have you, but they were cheap to rent. So the local TV stations would rent those, show them late at night. Well, not every one of those movies had TNA in it, but there were a bunch of them that did, and they never caught them. They didn't even know about it.
They didn't bother screening it.
Sure.
Yeah, they were a little lax apparently in their screening of content.
Well, they didn't even screen it back then. A lot of times, I know this for a fact, because I talked to a couple of guys. They got the thing coming in. It came in during the day. They're doing all their stuff, other stuff. It comes time to go to evening time. What do? They slam that into the movie projector, showing into the bell op, and they get all set to play it. Do you know what this one's about? The note says it's about. And then whoever's doing the announcing say, tonight's program is.
Oh, the good old days. You slip by some boobies.
You betcha. Like I said, with two women, with Sophia Loren.
Now, see, in my days, we had to turn on the channel where Cinemax was on, and it was scrambled. But at nighttime, you could see the images, behind the fuzz a little bit, and then you get some good stuff. Then
I remember that.
I remember those days. And hello to Kathy Skywalker. How are you doing this evening?
Hello, Kathy.
Oh,
sometimes I would, go to the pay-per-view channels, and even though it was scrambled, I would keep it on that channel just so I can hear the movie that was playing.
Yeah.
And Gap had to drop for a little bit. He did say he probably won't be able to stay very long, but hopefully he'll be able to come back.
Back in the good old days, I worked with electrical engineering stuff and everything back when I was young. Well, a lot of the cable outfits all had their lines coming into a box outside, and then that would get distributed throughout the neighborhood or into the apartment building or whatever. Well, for some unbeknownst reason, some crazy idiot would get in there and he would hook up that cable system to feed through to all the TV. But if you knew how to hook it up right, you didn't pay for nothing. All that you had to pay extra for was all there free. And I was a very popular guy in the neighborhood.
I bet.
Yeah, Skinamax. I'm sorry, I must have got so excited about talking about TNA that I knocked myself out of the stream.
Oh my.
You fell out of the chair.
But
Hey, at my age, I know what it's all about, but I forgot what to do with it.
I remember I got trouble because my mom wanted to know why I was staying up late at night, and I was like, no reason. She goes, I know, because I saw you with your face up on the screen trying to see some boobies when the snow would go away.
Hey, yo.
My God.
Do what you got to do, man. That's all I can say.
But cable changed things too, because they had different standards and they allow more things. And now just about the 7 bad words that you're not allowed to say on television, I think you can say 6 out of 7 of them now.
Yeah, that changed just a few years ago. I mean, I remember you couldn't say, even on the cable stuff, you still couldn't, or even if you could say it, they didn't say stuff, GD and F word and S word, all that stuff. They didn't say that. And then like maybe 10 years ago or something, I started hearing GD everywhere.
Mhm.
And I'm like, what, when did this start happening? And then all of a sudden here comes a bunch more different words, on these all the other shows. And I was like, oh, well, apparently what did we hear the F word on like an award show or something?
Yes.
Yeah, that was an eye opener. I was like, all right, we're getting away with this now. Great.
Well, it's because somebody was sleeping while they were supposed to be paying attention to the network feed, because you usually have the least amount you have. I used to do TV news in the back on the backside. You used to have at least 5 to 30 seconds when you had a feed or an award show or something live. You had a leeway to where you could get the beat button ready. So, somebody wasn't paying attention. And then you're right. After that went out, and then we had, Tittygate with, can I say that?
You can say whatever you want.
With Janet Jackson on TV, and all of us,
her and Justin Timberlake when they were
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
The wardrobe malfunction.
Excuse me, you had at least, especially on Super Bowl, you had 30 seconds. You could have done something, jumbled up the picture real quick, because you saw it before. You saw it before. You saw the nipple before we did.
Back then, when take a look at her, and we got the little slip. It's like, oh, is there supposed to be something there? Looks like a bee sting to me.
Yeah, it didn't look like a nipple. Bee sting. Oh my gosh! From ratings, NBC possibly changing their 10 p.m. spotlight to a bee bite. Is that our next article?
Nipples.
Actually, I'm going to bring up the next article right now, and it's about what DC did to the recent cover of Green Lantern.
Oh my gosh! Yes, I saw that.
Can we get our barf bags ready?
You might as well always have a barf bag standing by at all times anymore.
Yeah.
So this article comes to us from Bounty in the Comics. It was posted just yesterday, and the article is by Spencer Bacall, and it says DC Comics artist Jorge Molina responds to publisher's cartoonish edit of his Green Lantern Centric Titans United Blood Pack Hispanic Heritage Month variant cover. So on the left here is the original cover, and on the right here is the variant cover that DC put out. It says DC Comics artist Jorge Molina is less than thrilled with DC Comics after the publisher repurposed his shelved Hispanic Heritage Month variant cover for the upcoming Titans United Blood Pact from a sweeping tribute to a noted Mexican American artist into a cartoonish tribute to performative diversity.
Mm-hmm.
It goes on to say, commissioned by DC Comics in tribute of September's Epiphanies period of cultural recognition. This year's round Hispanic Heritage Month variant covers center around the theme of food and features the publisher's various Hispanic characters in cuisine-related activity, such as Bane eating flan and Blue Beetle, Jamie Reyes, indulging in a handful of tacos.
Now, I don't know about you, but when I eat tacos, you can't handle them like that.
Unless you're a superhero.
No, they don't apply to the laws of physics. you tilt them one way or the other, you're losing half your crap. That's not realistic.
First of all, if they're hard shell tacos, they're going to crunch and fall all over the place.
That's right.
Maybe you can get away with it. They were soft shell, but they look like hard shell tacos to me.
Maybe they have a taco force shield on them to stop them from rocking.
Just that where we're at today.
That's
taco
where
force
we're
shields.
at today. Yeah, taco force shields.
Yes.
And tamale torpedoes.
You know, I want you guys to take the look at the image that you're seeing right on your screen with the guy and the lady and the flag.
Kamala Harris.
You know, yeah. but these people are so bright, they're stupid. Okay. Now, this is supposed to be Hispanic month, and that's supposed to be the Mexican flag. That's not the Mexican flag.
No.
There's no eagle with the snake in the middle. That's the
Phil,
Italian flag.
Phil,
What's that? What's up?
Phil, Phil.
What's up?
It's a tribute. He put the eagle behind the Green Lantern. The Green Lantern is making it a construct.
That flag they're showing behind them is green, white,
Phil,
and red. There's
Put
no
your
eagle
spectacles
on,
on, Phil.
Phil.
There's no eagle
Zoom
on
in,
the
Phil.
flag.
Don't be so anal about it, dude.
It's a fact. It's okay for them to steal and appropriate from me, but anybody else, it's not fine, right?
Phil,
What could we appropriate for? What could we appropriate from you, Phil?
Do you see the flag? What's
Yes.
the colors of the flag? In the middle of the white flag, it's solid white.
Look
There's
behind
no
Green
eagle.
Lantern. It's the Mexican flag.
No, it's not. There's no eagle on the flag.
Oh gosh, really, Phil? You're really gonna get anal about this?
Hey, everybody look. They get anal about that too.
When
If
France,
I was appropriating them, they would get upset too.
Oh gosh, it's just an artist rendition, Phil. Calm the hell down.
Okay. When they do an artist rendition and they complain about it, I want to see this vocality coming from you, Mike.
You know what they're complaining about, Phil? I'll show you what
Kathy.
they're complaining about.
Again, no eagle on the
They're
flag.
complaining about this.
Well, that's fine. I don't have no
How is this fine? How is
That's
this
fine.
fine? In the
That's-
original, he has the Mexican flag behind him. In this, it says Viva Mexico. And
That's
what is he
not
holding? A
Mexican
bag of
flag
tamales.
behind them. There's no eagle on the flag.
Oh, give it up, Phil.
That is a Mexican flag, Phil.
That's the Italian flag because there's no
Oh.
eagle on it.
The eagle's right here. God
I don't care
damn
if
it,
they leave the
Phil.
eagle on his arm. It's not on the flag, so hence it is in the Mexican flag.
Oh, God.
Hey, everybody has their quirks and their perks. They want to be, everybody else can be picky. You're telling me I can't be picky with the flag of my country of origin.
Oh, jeez, Phil.
you pronounce Danny's last
Take
name.
everything personal,
Phil, or
man.
whatever it is.
We
Hey,
Phil, we let you fly your anal flag
No.
on here.
No.
Oh, gosh,
What is
Phil.
Danny's last name? Rio?
I'm just saying.
Mexican flag.
Maybe
Maybe
an actor.
Phil,
Flag.
it's
not a
just
Mexican
not.
flag.
It's just not down enough for you to see it. See, that's the problem.
Uh-huh.
It's there. It's above where you can't see it.
The
I mean,
Mexican flag with the eagle
yeah,
is pretty
all
large.
out.
It's pretty large.
Eh,
You would see it from his head.
I see it.
This coming from the guy that likes Star Trek 5 and Caddyshack 2.
And is there anything wrong with that?
No, we like what
No,
we like. But man, this also comes from the guy that doesn't like the Brits.
Well, you're not on the 4th of July. You're not going to be praising the Brits after we spent 2 wars kicking them out.
And
Why do
folks,
you have to bring up the Brits?
I'm just having fun, dude.
You're killing me.
Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing-
Trust me, you have fun at our expense, so we're having fun at your expense.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Like I said, it's whatever flag they want to. Hey, they want to fly the Italian flag. Look, everybody wants to be like us, so welcome to the family. That's all I can say. Welcome to the family.
Okay, so it goes on to say, as first revealed by the publisher back in June, his original themed variant cover featured the Green Lantern Corps' fourth Earth-born member, Kyle Rayner, standing against the construct of the coat of arms of Mexico itself, cradling a cornucopia of tamales with the flag of his ancestral nation gripped firmly in his hands.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, Mike.
I know. I see that. I'm trying to fix it.
Okay.
So here's the tweet. Unfortunately, I can't cut on to the tweet. And the article goes on to say, I did this cover for DC for the Hispanic Heritage Month. Explained the artist of his piece, Kyle Rayner, having a Mexican background and being Mexican myself. It was great honor to have the opportunity to pay tribute to my country and roots. That's why I decided to pay homage to Jorge Gonzalez Camarena, Mexican muralist I admire, he added. And I'm not even going to try to say that word because I'm just going to butcher it. But you know what? I'll go ahead and try it. La Patria is probably his most recognizable work. Okay, it goes on to say, however, Molina then revealed, due to some legal issues, this cover was not supposed to see the light of day. It's unfinished. You'll notice both the Mexican flag is incomplete.
Oh, bang! They got you.
Shabing boing.
And the GL chess logo is missing. And it goes on to say, how this image got promoted by DC is a mystery to me. Don't know if it was a mistake or in the end they decided to go for it, he concluded. There is a variation of this cover, but I'm so glad this one is out there for the world to see, since this was my original idea. Pay homage to Camarena. And let's see. Louis Berry says, hope to get Ryan back in Green Lantern Corps. Why not? It goes on to say in the article, unfortunately for Molina, it has since been confirmed that his cover promotion as part of DC's September solicits was a case of the former, or even worse. The version that did make it to print has been revealed to be an almost cartoonishly offensive edit of his original work. So again, this is the unfinished piece. And this is the one that's actually being released. Article goes on to say, making its way to social media on the weekend of August 27th, the new cover sees Rainier's grand construct replaced by a mere act of holding a bag of tamales and waving a flag of Mexico swapped for a lifeless flag construct that reads Viva Mexico. Goes on to say, as the cover began to make the rounds across the internet, drawing criticism from fans, all the while Molina eventually took to Twitter to offer a response, albeit brief, to the entire situation. And it goes on to say, hard to keep my mouth shut, wrote the artist. All I can say is one has my signature and the other one doesn't. Go figure. It says, Titans United Blood Pact #1 hit shelves on September 20th. The Titans are back united against a common foe, aren't they? Ask a solicit of the issue provided by DC Comics. All seems lost when Tim Drake wakes out to wakes out of uniform and suddenly out of time. It continues. Surely he was just fighting alongside Nightwing, Superboy, Starfire, Beast Boy, and Donna Troy. And Donna Troy, not Deanna Troy. But where is Raven? And what links her to the Fearsome Five? A blood sacrifice is coming that will change the world forever. So this is a cover for Titans United Blood Pack. So
No Cyborg? How do you have Titans with no Cyborg?
Different team.
Depends on the story. So now that we have the whole gist of the story, what do you guys think?
The dumbest promotion in the history of the world.
They
How
probably
can
knew
you? How can you offend a nation with just a few pictures? How about you maybe paint a picture of Phil McCracken with a meatball cannon or something for Italian
prejudice.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Or Captain Britain holding a plate of bangers and mash.
Hey, we ain't talking about the Brits anymore. They don't matter.
They don't matter.
Or
how about a Chinese guy with
shirt.
some low mane?
No.
Rope. A low mane of
Hey,
truth.
Have
nothing
Phil
just
wear the
happened.
shirt that says,
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
10 years from now, people are going to look back and see that clip and they're going to say, typical standard of 3 white men in a movie. You know, where's the diversity? Not realizing that one's supposed to play an alien. I'm just throwing it out there.
a green-blooded son of a bitch, according to Dr. McCoy. You green-blooded son of a bitch.
I think nothing happens by mistake. This doesn't mysteriously up and change itself, and then oops, it got released. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Is there more to the culture? Is there more to the culture of Mexico than tamales and tacos?
They have plenty of
course
other
there
food.
is. There's great music. There's great art.
Food, yeah.
And
Well,
there's
there you go.
Coronas, but I wouldn't be drinking them because when they had that ABC News investigation, don't want to drink them anymore.
What was that? Montezuma's Revenge?
Corona's the beer.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
No,
that's right.
I know you don't want to drink the water, but
Oh, definitely want to drink the water. Look, I ain't got no problems if they had. I don't see why they have to change the nationality or the appearance of Green Lantern. But if they want to do something for Mexico, which Mexico is not the only Hispanic country for Hispanic Month, that's fine. So Oktoberfest, they're going to have something for the Germans. Columbus Day, they're going to have something for the Italians. Polish Month, they're going to have something for the Polish. I mean, we're going to diversify and go that route.
Polish Month.
You don't know when they're. Oh, God bless.
Just remember,
Is that where we get all together and tell a bunch of pull-out jokes?
Look, why do you have to use a racial term? Your true Southernness is coming out. You're shaming your fellow Southerner now.
What?
I'm offended for the Poles for what you just said.
You didn't sound Southern, Phil.
I'm Southern.
You
Really?
are? From
Yes,
Southern
I am.
Britain?
Yeah, Britain. Ain't
Southern-
nobody
South
from Britain.
At the south side of the nursing home?
Yeah.
The nursing home. Convalescent home. They have drugs in Mexico.
You know, I think
here too.
And we've got them here.
They come from Mexico,
Okay,
but
that was a bad joke. That was a bad joke. I'll admit it.
But in all seriousness, if they wanted to do something for
white people
Hispanic
beer.
Month, and they wanted to do something for Mexico, I don't have any problem with the people from Mexico. Though, if you would show this picture to the left to 1,000 people, and I guarantee if a good 500 are going to say is, that's the Italian flag.
I hereby proclaim August 31st for 1 hour, Phil McCracken hour.
I accept that, and we can trend it worldwide.
What channel? Because every
I'm only
Wednesday and
giving
every
you an hour.
Sunday, it's
And
every
during
Wednesday
that
and every
hour-
Sunday, it's
during that
Phil McCracken hour here.
We can all get together and contemplate the travesty of the ivy in Wrigley Field that has caused many outfielders to pass away and be lost because of the ivy.
Oh, fucking shit!
You brought up the ivy.
I brought up the ivory.
Uh-oh.
Damn it, Phil.
I had to do it. Last night with Wumpa, it was so funny. You guys had to be there to understand.
Yeah, that was funny. We're over on Paul's stream. He's trying to stream Skyrim, and Whoopa, Cash, Phil, and I, we start getting this baseball tangent. We start going after each other's teams.
I'll prove my point again. Everybody here, what is harder to do? Winning 3 championships in a row or winning multiple championships over a period of, say, 30 years?
I don't know, because my team takes a long time
That's
to win another
difficult.
championship.
Don't ask me. I'm from Minnesota.
Oh, you're yeah, I share your pain.
But what?
4
but
years.
what do you have to
4
say
times making
about
it to
that?
the dance. I can't tell
What
what
do-
on the mouth.
What do you have to say about that, Phil? You're a Cleveland Brown fan, right?
Yeah, right. First of all, I ain't no damn Yankee from Ohio. And definitely wouldn't be a Cleveland Brown fan.
You talk like one.
No.
Yeah,
No. You must have never been up to Ohio, how them people talk. I can practically tell people how they sound. I can almost match which state they come from.
Okay, what state do I come from?
Well, I can detect a little bit of a southern drawl there.
You want to give you You want to give you a bigger draw?
No. That draw's good enough. So I'm going to say Tennessee or Georgia.
No comment. No doxing. Yes, Kathy. Yes, I've seen Sharpies. It's Matt Channel 66. He does he goes and watches this dude named King Cobra, and he looks like a messed up a love child of Meatloaf, Kiss, and Ozzy Osbourne. And he uses Sharpies for his fingernail paintings. So that's what Kathy was talking about.
Okay, well, there's an audience out there for everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
So is this like a one thing or done, or are they going to be doing other comics with other people, like from Honduras?
It doesn't say. I mean, I want to say it's going to be a one and done, but the article doesn't say whether it's going to be one and done or if they're going to continue on with it, for each and every month.
I'm saying this because it is Hispanic month. I'm not saying, nothing knocking the Mexicans. I'm just saying they're not the only Hispanic. We have a lot of Cuban Americans.
True.
We have a lot of people from El Salvador and Central America, and they're Hispanic. So,
yeah,
and even people from Spain, they're Hispanic. So they have a lot more. You're Southern from Connecticut. You are bona fide Yankee. You are more Yankee than anybody. You're from New England.
Wow. Yeah. Bill.
Anybody call me a Yankee?
Welcome one and all.
I'm
on this channel.
If it sounds a little volatile, it's because I'm from Delaware. We have our issues with people in New England. You have to understand, them people are crazy. They can't drive. They never stay in their state. They it's terrible. Have you ever seen
Phil is not a real Southerner? Phil
yeah,
is not
right.
really a
I'm below the
Southerner.
Mason-Dixon line.
Phil is not really
directly below the Mason-Dixon line. But Yeah.
Who's
I'm
wheezing?
going to
Is
get you
that
some
you, Gap?
videos, and
No.
I'm going to show you how bad these New Englanders, Yankees, can't drive.
Nobody can drive these days.
No, these people really can't drive.
Are they women?
Was that
All of
on
them.
the Delaware News going the wrong way on the interstate, Phil?
No, we don't do that around here. We don't do that around here. They take you. They see you do that one time. Your license. That's it. Gone. Yanked. You're done.
Well, we get going the wrong way on a roundabout.
We don't have roundabouts
How
around
can
here.
you go
Thank
the
God.
wrong way on a roundabout?
Believe me, my
You
wife
can
and
go
I
wrong.
from a neighboring town, and we got to go through a roundabout to get the road that we want to go home.
Yeah.
Well, we're going into the roundabout, and here's this woman coming around the corner, right at us, dead on.
Oh my God! Wow.
They should do away with all roundabouts. That's a cheap man's way of not having a four-way stop with stop signs or a traffic light.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
specifically the
that's
only
true.
reason they use a roundabout.
I don't know about anybody else that's out there that's got roundabouts around them, but we've got roundabouts. Now, we get something called winter. What happens when you get ice and snow and somebody with a semi-truck tries to get through there? They tie up the whole damn thing for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they spill Alfredo sauce around the roundabout.
Uh-huh. You guys from Gap and Animas, you guys are supposed to represent the South, you know. You're supposed to evolve and change, and you guys are showing the bad side. You're evolving 40, 50 years backwards. Come on, guys.
Are you saying that we're backwoods?
Is
that what you're saying?
What you saying was saying about that, Bill? Come on,
We're
man.
on the
What exactly
backwater.
you saying?
Just because I have me a little dinghy boat and some beer does not mean I'm backwater.
Hey, some of those backwater people that you're referring to out there in the woods, they were my best. Boy, they made some of the best booze I ever had.
Yeah, right. I know. I agree.
Why don't you come over to my house, Phil?
No, because you're special. And you know what they say about
You'll never.
South about being special. You know?
I know about 100 acres
Uh-huh.
where they'll never find a body.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you probably got a banjo.
We're not promoting. We're not promoting anybody getting their ass murdered.
You got a banjo.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry. He'll never find his way out. How about that? I'll just leave him there.
All we do is drop him in Lake Superior. Lake Superior never gives up its dead.
That's what they used to say about that lake over there in Nevada. And then you see that dry up and all the bodies they've been finding.
Yeah.
So when you guys used to think it was in movies that, you know, people go fish, you know, swimming with the fishes, you know, it was really true, man. Because
we always knew it was true.
Bodies.
Never had any doubt.
Every time you step out in the ocean or go into a lake, you're swimming with the fishes.
Yeah. Every time I go into a lake, I was like,
They'll
there's probably a dead body
Jimmy
right under
Hoffa
me.
back there sooner or later.
All right, real quick, Gap's got to go. Gap, is there anything you'd like to promote?
No. If you like to watch short toy videos, that's all I have on my channel, and then that's about it. I've got to go tend to my moonshine, so
Go feed the kid. Go feed the deer. Get the corn.
Yeah,
out.
well, we've already fed the rabbits. We do have the deer. We just fed 2 dogs while on stream, and then I think there's 5 cats to go. E-I-E-I-O. So everybody have a good evening.
You too, brother.
Thanks, Mike, for having me on here always. I think this is a great lineup panel here. We should try to do this more often. You gentlemen are hilarious, except for Phil. I mean, everybody on the panel.
I will not tolerate your abuse.
All right,
You have to tolerate. There's nothing you can do
You're
about
always
Yes, I
you're
can.
always welcome here, Gap. Like I say,
right,
welcome one and all. Everybody's always welcome.
All right, thanks, guys. Y'all have a good rest of the stream while I go do McDonald's farm.
it. All right. See you, man. Be good.
All right.
E-I-E-I-O.
I just want to say
Right.
this. Kathy, you probably can drive, but drive safely and the right way is a whole new meaning if you truly can actually drive. You're from Connecticut.
Brett, there's only one problem with pigs. They'll eat everything but the skull. Believe me, I know.
Yes, pigs will eat anything. Will eat a human quicker than you can imagine.
Oh, yeah, but they can't eat the skull. They can't get their
No.
teeth around it.
And there you have it from Kathy, Phil. She's proud to be a damn Yankee.
Uh-huh.
Oh, damn it, gay.
You know, I'd be proud to be a Yankee too if I was being paid millions of dollars to play baseball.
No, not talking about the baseball team, which is lousy to begin with.
Hey, I'm trying to do it to move on to the next article, Phil.
Mike, Mike, your mic is messed up.
And it acts up every now and then.
Do we
All right,
do we need to do a GoFundMe for a new microphone for Mike?
No, it's a stupid app I'm using.
Oh, okay.
I have a real problem with the Minnesota Vikings. First of all, they're supposed to be Vikings, right? So what do they got? Stupid horns painted on the side of their helm. No Viking ever had horns. None. Not ever.
Nope.
Second thing is, they're running around with horns on. They're acting like cows, right? So if they quit grazing the damn field and played football, maybe we'd have a winning season.
I always felt for you guys. You know, you guys make it to 4 Super Bowls and lose it, and then you had that championship game against the Falcons where you guys should have went to the Super Bowl but didn't. You know,
I was to Texas years ago when we were in the Super Bowl. I went all the way down there to see it. Needless to say, I wasn't a happy camper.
which one was it that they were playing against in Dallas Stadium?
I can't even remember anymore.
Was
I'm
it
getting
Oakland?
senile.
Was it Oakland?
I think it was.
Yeah, I remember that Super Bowl.
Yeah, and moving on here to our next story. It comes from Variety. It says WandaVision Helmer, Matt Shakman, in talks to direct Marvel's Fantastic Four, exits Paramount's Star Trek sequel. Well, guess what? In my humble opinion, there's not going to be a fourth Kelvin timeline movie. And the main reason? Because the last two didn't do well in the theaters, and the other reason being the cast will probably want a lot of money and Paramount won't want to fork it over.
That I can believe.
So this article says Marvel Studios appears to be one step closer to finalizing plans for the highly anticipated Fantastic Four reboot, with news that WandaVision Helmer, Matt Shakman, is in talks to direct the project. Variety has confirmed, and with Shakman shifting focus to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the in-demand director has now exited his planned Star Trek feature at Paramount Pictures. The studio released a statement late Friday announcing the change, writing, "Matt Shakman is an incredibly talented filmmaker, and we regret the timing didn't align for him to direct our upcoming Star Trek film. We are grateful for his many contributions, are excited about the creative vision of this next chapter, and look forward to bringing it to audiences all around the world." Again, I honestly don't think it's going to happen. I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong before in my life. It says the latest Star Trek installment is currently slated for release on December 22nd, 2023. In regards to Fantastic Four at San Diego Comic-Con in July, Marvel Studios boss Kevin Feige revealed that the movie would kick off Phase 6 of the MCU when it debuts on November 8th, 2024. However, news of who will be cast as the superhero team, Mr. Fantastic, the Invisible Woman, the Human Torch, and the Thing, and their primary foe, Doctor Doom, remains a mystery. It says John Krasinski, who's been a lifetime fan favorite to play Mr. Fantastic, appeared as an alternate version of the character earlier this year in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. But it's unknown if the actor will reprise the role in this new movie. Marvel's first priority, though, was to lock in a director. And John Watts, who helmed all three of Sony and Marvel's recent string of Spider-Man films, had previously been announced as the director of Fantastic Four, but he exited the project in April. Continues on by saying rumors that Shakman had been tapped to take the job hit the internet earlier this month, with the choice being heralded by fans given the director's success piloting WandaVision as Marvel Studios' first foray into television. For his work on the Disney Plus series, Shakman landed an Emmy nomination for directing for a limited or anthology series or movie, as well as a nod in the Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series category as an executive producer. Shakman is also an Emmy nominee for his directing work on Hulu's The Great, following his impressive entry into the genre television with Game of Thrones after sharpening his directing skills on shows including It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, The Good Wife, Psych, and Ugly Betty. The director is represented by UTA Todd Rubinstein at Morris Yorn and Artist First. And it concludes by saying that Fantastic Four comics debuted in 1961 with the characters created by Stan Lee and artist Jack Kirby, becoming one of Marvel Comics' most beloved and important properties. But the superhero quartet's big screen history has been a bit of a roller coaster, from the never released film produced by Roger Corman in the 1990s to the middling popcorn fare of 2005's Fantastic Four and its 2007 sequel, The Rise of the Silver Surfer, and finally the disappointing 2015 reboot, which officially scrapped plans for more movies. However, when Disney acquired 20th Century Fox, which had owned the rights to the comics, the characters finally became available to Marvel Studios, with Feige teasing that a movie was in the works at the end of Marvel's Hall H presentation at Comic-Con in 2019. It says Deadline was the first to report news of Shakman's involvement in the project. Marvel could not be reached for comment. The Hollywood Reporter announced the director's departure from Star Trek. All right, so now it's up to you guys to let everybody know what you think. Who would like to start first?
Well, yeah, it's gonna be crap. Sorry. WandaVision, right?
Right.
So, yeah, that's all. That's all that needs to be said. WandaVision, guys.
It's called Wanda.
You know, when it came to WandaVision, I liked the first 3 episodes, but then after that, the quality went downhill.
It took a nosedive hard.
Well, I will say this. They tried 2 attempts at making Fantastic Four. Now, I didn't see anything woke beside the one race changed, which I didn't care if the movie stunk anyway. Look, if you think Marvel's going to do something magical that's going to make the Fantastic Four, even if they don't wokeify it, it's not something that's going to be what somebody wants to go see. Fantastic Four is outdated. They never modernized it. They have to do something before it hits the movies, comic books, and everything. And when I mean modernize, I don't mean wokeify it. leave it like it is, like it was first created, and bring it up to date. Then after you get a following, you might be able to push a Fantastic Four stream or maybe a movie. But I don't care. They get WandaVision, and they get that guy that did the last what was it, Thor movie, which bombed. Yeah, this is going to be another bomb. Marvel's going to throw money away, hence Disney. Like I said, lessons are not learned from Warner Brothers. How much longer before Disney cracks and say we cannot keep making crap and money being flushed down the toilet?
Yeah.
It's not being mean. Look, I know they want to modernize it and be diversified. You know, when there's something, add a new team member, make it a Fantastic Five. They can make it whatever the person is, and I'll be okay with it. I guess some people won't. I just don't like the changing of a character. When they took the torch and they changed the race of it, I think that pretty much bombed the movie from the start.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a good choice, obviously, but the movie was just atrocious all around.
The first one had a chance, but I think it was coming off of the X-Men, coming off Batman. I have the feeling, and I still think about it now, we're being oversaturated with superhero movies.
Yes.
And it's too much, and these companies need to say, you know what, we need to take a break. And when I mean take a break, 2 or 3 years of they can have their little thing on Disney Plus or whatever streaming service, but chill out with the movies. Because right now, the way I'm seeing it, that we have movie-wise, not stream service-wise, we got 3 or 4 coming, and one of them is Sylvester Stallone making a superhero movie. Really?
Yeah. I've heard mixed reactions to Samaritan.
Mm-hmm. It could be a great movie. What I'm saying is we're burned out. That's what I'm saying. We're burned out.
There's noteworthy coming out at all to get our attention. And there's so much of it, we're getting buried underneath it, just exactly like you're saying. We're getting buried. And we're getting buried with what? Garbage. Makes you kind of wonder, you know, Top Gun Maverick. Where did that one go? Right through the ceiling. Why? Because they had a story, they stuck with it, and they didn't play games.
And it was a big enough difference between back in 86 till this year that you had, plenty of time. What I hope they don't do, please do not make any more Top Gun. Leave it as what they did. That's perfectly fine. But here's the thing. Hollywood's seen that. Hollywood is going to do something. So
bring the characters.
They've been doing something. That's the problem.
Well, that's
doing the exact same thing Cruise did with Top Gun 2, and they've been doing it for years, except for Tom Cruise actually did it correctly.
Right. But here's the thing. Hollywood always copies. You see the company, Disney. Oh, we have to get comic book here, so we got to get Marvel. Discovery realizes, well, if we're going to get into the thing, let's get the next best thing. Let's get DC. I'm still not all hooked on Discovery fixing DC when Discovery has a bad history of quote unquote making live realistic reality shows and coming to find out they were faker than fake.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me on that, all you have to do is watch The Devil's Ride when they were trying to play them off like they were a real motorcycle gang, and they weren't even a club. They were so fake, it was faker than fake.
Well, and on hot sometimes too.
It was before Zaslav, though, was it not?
And that was good old Eric Bischoff coming up with that idea. That tells you how bad and desperate the Discovery was to put a show on that was done by an ex-wrestler promoter.
Well, we all saw what happened with WCW under Eric Bischoff.
Yeah.
Even when they got rid of him and then brought him back, it was too late. WCW was done.
And like I said, really what the Eric Bishop was known for, spending Ted Turner's money. I'm going to buy the talent, and you can buy all the great superstars. You can do that in a movie. You can do that on a television show, and you can bomb, because guess what? When sometimes you put somebody that's considered a superstar, sports teams, for example, is known for it. They don't do as well when they're with other people of equal character. Very rarely do you get a Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig. A lot of the times you get crap, and then you find out the player is really a bust.
Oh yeah.
So, and the same thing happens with movies and everything. Yeah. As far as the Fantastic Four, you had 2 runs in the last 20 years on it, and I don't think another one's going to make any difference. And particularly in this day and age with wokeness, which you know is going to be woke, it's on Mac Bomb.
No, and not only that, this guy is a TV director.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done any movies as far as I can see. And his untitled Star Trek sequel would have been the first one, but that ain't happening apparently. So Fantastic Four will be his next actual first one if he gets to do it. And does that translate well into a big budget Hollywood movie? Sometimes it does not.
Well, if he did WandaVision, I wouldn't call WandaVision a great success and something that I would say, well, I got to get me that guy.
Well, he's done stuff that was good and stuff that wasn't good. You know, he's a director. So, and to be honest with you, he's not going to be directing a lot. This is Marvel, so he's cast as director. He's not going to. He's not going to have a lot of say. Kevin Feige's going to run the show. It's going to be half done before he ever gets on set. You know, it's going to be the exact same thing. Chloe or Chow or Chloe Zhao or whatever her name is.
You look at him. They call him the producer, but he's not there. He has other people doing the job for him, and the writers. He just comes in, puts his name on it. He stamps approval. That's it.
Yeah,
that's all Jerry Bruckheimer does.
Yep, he's just going to be. He's going to have his name on it. He's going to do some daily shots, you know, here and there, and the rest of it's going to be done by Marvel Productions. So. And it's going to be exactly what we think it's going to be. It's going to be the woke hot garbage that we full on expect it to be. And yeah, Fantastic Four is going to have diversity and inclusion for sure. Either Johnny Storm's going to be a different color, or Mr. Fantastic and Sue Storm's going to be a different color. One of them's going to be gay, and it's just going to be the whole horse crap all over again, and people are going to recoil and not want to watch it.
Hey, Anno, Phil, Mike, I got to bail out, guys. So,
got to.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks for letting me in here.
It's not a problem,
guys.
Hey,
thank you for coming on. It's always nice to have you on, and you know, tell Baron I said hello. And
ARP members.
I hope he's doing well.
See you, man.
But I will say this: you had good years of Marvel from about 2009 to Endgame. Marvel is done, in my opinion. Everything after that, they've been losing money. And they're only they might have more money than what Warner Brothers did, but the money tree is not going to be forever.
Nothing lasts forever.
And they keep bombing like they definitely did this year and last year. Well, even let's say you being bombed, that's being a little harsh. They didn't make the money they thought they were going to do, which is still bombing. Next year, it'll be even worse. I give Marvel another 2 years if they keep going with this, that they can't make a profit. And I would even say that Disney either puts that on hold for a couple years, maybe a stream here and there, but not like the stream like they're doing like every 3 months there's another stream of a streaming show. No. I think they need to do maybe one a year because first of all, they're oversaturated. Second of all, they're bombed. And yeah, if they don't do that, then they'll probably end up having to sell Marvel. I will not be surprised if that happened. They just the thing can't make money. Let's get what we can and sell it. Do what Warner Brothers did with their DC. So
that would be fantastic. Just get it out of Disney's hands, sell it to a company that will respect it and honor the franchise, and stop crapping all over it. But it's going to be a while before something like that happens. Disney
it will be, but it will happen.
If it ever happens.
But think about it. Look at Sony. And I know a lot of people say, Sony. No. Sony protects their stuff. Sony protects Spider-Man, and they are not scared to yank it away from the Disney MCU verse. They're already proven that. They'll yank it if they have to. And they'll still make money. They do not need to be under Disney's Marvel. So I would love to see Marvel just scooping in there and sweeping it up.
Yeah. Sony has its own issues, but yeah, they know what they have with Spider-Man, and they're not about to let it go for sure.
No. And like I said, as far as Star Wars, that one's already tanking even worse than Marvel. Yeah. Like I said, their way to save it is either they stop for a while, rethink their strategy, but apparently what they've been doing over the last couple of years has not worked. Or if not, that's going to be hemorrhaging money too, and they'll get to a point they'll have to sell that. Yeah,
and even you see today, like Taika Waititi said he won't go back to Thor because of it bombing.
Well, I'll say this, just like you said, a director, his hands are tied. He has rules he has to follow from up above.
He had creative choice in that movie.
Yeah, he did. And you know what? Maybe his creative idea for that ain't going to suit. Like, I didn't think it suited well with the last two movies. No. I did not like the last two Thors.
He took a very different approach to Ragnarok, and it was fine for the most part the way he did it, but he tripled, quadrupled down on his style for Love and Thunder, and it didn't pan out because it just he went too far. He went way too far, and people, just it didn't sit well. It didn't taste right. It left,
I think a little bit of Hollywood coming out and being political has also bit them in the rear end. Where obviously, before these actors, we didn't know and didn't care. But you take one from Love and Thunder, you take Miss Natalie Portman, who wants to defund the police, goes and tries to do a TV show over for one of their streaming services to Baltimore, and the gangs threatened her crew and her shoot that she had to call the Baltimore police to come help them out. So much for defunding the police, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's defund the police for everybody else. But for me, when I need them, I need them to be there.
Of course. Police for me, not for thee.
Yeah.
Of course, it's double standards. And let's go ahead and move on to this next article here. It comes from Yahoo Entertainment, and it says director James Gunn says he keeps a long list of actors he'll never work with. Life's too short. And I do want to say hello to Whoopa Troopa.
Hello, comrade.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yes, Emperor Whoopa.
My brother, who's out to save the lives of outfielders that get eaten alive by the ivy in Wrigley Field.
Phil's still spreading his propaganda.
He's like Marvel.
So it says James Gunn keeps tabs on Hollywood. The Guardians of the Galaxy director, who's 56, answered fan questions over the weekend on Twitter about his process as a director. One person took the opportunity to ask Gunn how he would respond to an actor who isn't working out. And this response was said by Gunn on Twitter, if you as a director have an actor who isn't working out for any number of reasons, their process, temperament, lack of chemistry, etc., do you talk to them and give them a chance, or two, do you quick trigger it and recast? The Twitter user wrote. And Gunn responded by saying, if it's their temperament and it's serious, I'll immediately recast. Gunn responded, life's too short for a, and then it left it blank. Same if they were repeatedly very late, which I hate, or unprepared. I have a long list of actors, A-list and otherwise, I'll never work with for these reasons. It goes on to say in a subsequent tweet, Gunn continued, but if it's performance related and they're putting their all into it, I'll do everything on my end to make it work until it's absolutely clear the quality of the project will be perceivably harmed if we don't recast. This can happen with very talented actors who just don't fit. And there's an example I'm going to give. Eric Stoltz was originally cast as Marty McFly in the Back to the Future movies, and it wasn't working out. And they also saw an opportunity to cast Michael J. Fox in the role. So that's what they did.
Yep.
And let's see. In the chat, Whoopa's saying, hello, comrades. Hello, Emperor Whoopa. Happy Whoopa Wednesday. That's right. Everybody, wish Whoopa a happy Whoopa Wednesday.
Hey, Jetspox. Happy Whoopa Wednesday. Sorry.
And Kathy's also saying, hey, Whoopa Troopa. And welcome, Jet Sparks. How you doing, brother? Where are you standing as far as your subscribers are concerned? Because for everybody who might be lurking or watching right now, if you're not subscribed to Jet Sparks, do yourself a favor. Subscribe to Jet Sparks. He also does his own pop-in panel show talking about various topics called Talking Pinheads. So give him a sub and also give Whoopa Troopa a sub as well. And hello to Pops. Congratulations, Pops, on getting monetized. It was a pleasure to be a part of your stream, brother. Thank you for the invite. And let me go ahead and put Whoopas in there and Pops in there as well, in case somebody is not subscribed. So there's Pops, and here comes Whoopa. And here we go. If they don't pop up, I will get the links and provide it myself.
Pops didn't, Whoopas did.
I'm going to give Pops a few seconds for that link to pop up, and if it doesn't, I will go ahead and go in there myself and put it in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do it myself, and then I'll get back to reading this article. Unfortunately, the only links that are currently automated right now are the links for my Twitch channel, my Twitter, my Discord. I'll eventually get everybody's links automated. It's kind of one of those things where I'm playing it by ear to see, who comes in. This way I can promote your channel as well. It's just something I want to do, start promoting even more channels, try to get eyes on those channels, because you never know, you might find somebody you like. All right, so here we go. I have Pop's link right here. I'm going to go ahead and supply it.
Someday I have to sub over Anonymous's channel, but He don't want me there. So yeah,
You don't know that. You don't know that.
I know that.
He won't watch my videos. He'll just
Oh no.
and then it'll get
I barely
then it'll get booted because he didn't
I
know.
barely watch Mike. I go in there just to bust on his turtles, and then I leave. And
No,
I'll come back.
You'll know he's watching your videos when you see thumbs down.
yeah,
This
probably.
video got a thumbs down. This video got a thumbs down.
He had the most hard person co-streaming with him last night. That, yeah, I'm taking the Phantom Hooligans. I'm taking them down for the sake. I'm going to save YouTube.
Leave Cash alone. Cash is a good guy. He likes redheads.
No, he does not.
Yes, he does.
He just doesn't want to bust your on there that let you know that he does not like redheads.
Speaking of which, the link should pop up here shortly for the Phantom Hooligans. Give them a sub. Last I checked, they were only 14 subs away from 100. Let's get them to 100. Let's get Jet Sparks to 100.
15 subs away from 100 because I unsubbed the Phantom Hooligans.
Wow.
15. So they need 15.
Wow. How petty can you be? If a guy doesn't like redheads, he doesn't like redheads, man.
I didn't unsub them. I didn't unsub them.
Jeez, man.
Hey, look, after last night, they give me a hard time because, the Dodgers didn't win 3 world championships in a row. Yeah, here he goes. Here he is. Speaking of cash money, there he goes. He's lurking in your channel.
Well, good. I'm sure there are plenty of people who have their cloaking devices on right now. But the question is,
handle the truth.
The question is, are they Klingon or are they Romulan? If you are Klingon, and to everybody lurking and watching right now and in the chat, all I gotta say is
glory to you and your house.
Well, if you're a Romulan,
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
because I only accept Klingons on this channel.
The high of my Star Trek life for television, I always will be a fan of the original. Nothing will ever beat that.
Yep.
But Deep Space Nine, I thought when it came to an end, how they missed a golden opportunity. I love Voyager, but how they missed a golden opportunity. Give Worf a Klingon show about him being with the Klingon Empire. That is what we got some of that in Deep Space Nine, but it was right there. There. A blind man could have done it.
Michael Dorn even pitched a series, and Les Moonves said, nope.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see just Klingons.
Yeah.
I
tell you this, if they ever got out of or someone took over the creative process over there for the Star Trek and get rid of idiot Mr. Kurtzman. I mean, day one. If it was me, day one, we're getting a Worf Klingon show. Day one, guarantee you.
That's if Michael Dorn wants to do it.
Oh, even if he didn't want to do it, I still would do a Klingon show. I guarantee if you base it on what he did and how he did it, his character, and especially how he was in Deep Space Nine, or even a character similar to him, give us the Klingons. That would rock. Guarantee it'd be a hit show.
I guarantee you it would, because if you bring in a writer like Ronald D. Moore, who wrote a lot of the Klingon stories, not just for DS9, but also for Next Gen, and he also did Day of Honor for Voyager before he left, you could really flesh out the Klingon culture, even find out things that we didn't even know about, even though we learned a lot during the era of Next Gen and Deep Space Nine.
Now, I think it'd be really good if they made a Klingon show with Worf but bring in the diversity, so we can have redheaded Klingons and white Klingons. We have to have
There was already redhead Klingons.
Well, we have to have white Klingons, and some Hispanic Klingons, because there's just too much Klingon going on.
The moon?
Huh?
I guess Klingons from the darker side of the moon.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, there's not a lot of sun on Kronos.
Or as it was referred to in the original series, Kling. So, getting back to this story, it says on the topic, another person asked Gunn how he discovers that some actors are probably saying a-holes. The fan asks, do you consider them for your projects, but then you find out from other directors that it's not worth working with them, or do you meet them at various events? And James Gunn went on to say, I always do due diligence on actors and production heads with directors, actors, producers, and crew members I trust. If it checks out, they're jerks, not just cranky or curmudgeons, but actual jerks or irresponsible, I don't hire them. He responded, some actors I already know, never to even consider. While Gunn did not disclose any of the actors who he feels fall into this category, he did share one who certainly does not. John Cena. John Cena! That's right. John Cena. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So sorry.
Yeah. That John Cena, the one that Vince McMahon, the recently retired Vince McMahon, would shove in everybody's face, and then they would have a problem of not having a superstar to take over when John Cena started making movies. Yep, that John Cena.
Yep.
And of
He
course,
might be an okay guy, but he's a Chinese butt kisser. That's all.
I never liked him as a wrestler or as an actor. I don't hate him, but I don't like him.
I'll admit he's not bad in Peacemaker, but he's also not the best actor on there. Everybody who's the supporting cast is actually better than he is.
I seen him in that last one. What was that movie called before he got the TV show? The movie. When he plays Peacemaker in the movie with damn, it'll hit me the name of the movie. Come on, Mike, give me a hint here.
What, Fast and the Furious?
No, you know what movie I'm talking about. Peacemaker was in the movie, the DC movie.
Suicide Squad.
The Suicide Squad that came out before the TV show.
Yeah. His costume looked like it was put together by a 5-year-old. No. I mean, I liked it. I wasn't too crazy about the second Suicide Squad. It was okay, but John Cena was the worst, and especially the looks. Yeah. And I saw the TV show.
They even poke fun at his costume in Peacemaker.
Yeah. And then he was supposed to be dead, but somehow he's alive. And
it's explained in Peacemaker. You got to watch Peacemaker in order to find out how he's alive.
It was still hard. It was. I didn't think it could get worse in the movie, but it did.
I thought the first few episodes were bad, but it did get better toward the end. But again, that's a lot because of the supporting characters.
True. You don't have much to work with. But getting to Mr. Gunn, I like Mr. Gunn. I think he's a good director and producer. But newsflash, people, a lot of times, just like any job at a work site or when you're socializing with people, there's always people you can't stand and you can't get along with. I can think back to All in the Family. The guy who played Archie Bunker did not like and could not stand Meathead as a person in real life.
And on the show.
They were acting some of the time when they were doing it on the TV show. That was legitimate hate. They were two different sides of the spectrum, and off camera and on, they did not get along.
Yeah, and they probably still wouldn't get along today. Carl Reiner's a
but that's not unheard of. And you hear about directors that say, I particularly will not ever work with them. So if a company says, like Warner Brothers says to Mike, who's a producer, you got to hire Phil McCracken for this movie, and Mike says, no, I don't work with them, then either Mike stays or Mike goes. And most of the producers are in a position where they don't care; they walk. And that's been there since time immemorial. That you have people. There was a lot of people John Wayne will not act with. He barely got along with Michael Douglas.
Well, even getting back to wrestling, Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, they hated each other.
Yeah.
They actually did hate each other. Yet, every time there was a match between those two, they put on a great match. So, it goes to show that you may not like somebody, but if you're still able to work with them, you'll be fine.
I mean, it's in everything. In sports, you think you're on a sports team and you think, well, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, they're best of buddies. No, they're not. Far from the truth. Far from the truth. Just because you work with somebody does not mean necessarily that is your best friend. And this goes for every type. Music bands are the same way. There's reasons why some quit and some leave. They're your favorite bands because they don't get along.
Egos. It's all about egos.
And sometimes in Hollywood, that's the worst place to have it because sometimes you can make and break people. Especially what he was pointing out. A director hates when it's time to be 9 a.m. to start filming and the actor's not there. You got to remember, they normally have to be there 3 hours ahead of time because the makeup or if they have to put costuming on. So if that actor shows up at, say, 8 p.m. or 8 a.m., and you only got an hour to film, they got to take 2 or 3 hours just to get them ready.
Yeah.
And
time is money.
It is, and that is the truth. That is money. So when you hear these directors say, look, I don't want to deal with this, I'll find someone that does want to do it. And I'll give John Cena credit. He's new to Hollywood, and he wants to make Hollywood work. One of the things, he shows up on time and does what he's told. It's just, like I said, it's nothing new. But I just think people have this fantasy. Well, when they see something like a Johnny Depp working with Jerry Bruckheimer, or when he works with the guy who did Scissorhands in a bunch of movies, I forget his name. Sometimes, yes, you get these sometimes directors and actors that get perfectly bond. John Wayne had that with one of his directors. Like I said, Johnny Depp did the guy with Edward Scissorhands. I can't think of his name.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton. Yeah, and look at the guy who did Batman, the good Batman. He gets along with that director. But then again, there are some directors and actors, they just can't get along, and some actors can't get along with other actors.
William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy didn't like each other too much.
No. They didn't.
But they were able to pull it off.
That developed over time.
Over
time. And then
that was
a
situation. That was a situation where you're stuck. It's not you can pick and choose who you're working with. You're stuck in that situation now. So you either suck it up and get along to get the movie done, or the movie isn't happening. It's not like, oh, we're replacing Nimoy with somebody else because they don't like each other. That just isn't going to work, especially for the studio. So
before he died, the guy who played McCoy, I can't think of his name.
Forrest Kelly
sat down and he did an interview, and he said it. There was him, Leonard Nimoy, and William Shatner. They were the main characters. That's how it worked. That's how it was in the beginning, and that's how it was promoted. And they were the ones really that carried the TV show and the movies. The other actors were supporting actors. And let's just say the other ones did not get along. Well, they did get along, but let's just say they weren't on buddy terms with Shatner, Kelly, and Nimoy. The only thing is you never hear Leonard Nimoy talk about it. But the people on the other side aren't scared to talk about it. And they always single out William Shatner. Well, I'm sorry. William Shatner was the A star. That's just how it worked. You know, they all, like I said, they were even complaining about the time they were getting into movies. Well, again, the movies, yeah, you're going to focus on everybody, but who's the three characters they need to focus on?
Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
You know, without them, the other ones ain't going to make a movie, and it isn't going to come out to anything. So, but animosity there, jealousy, that always been there. You know, so what Mike Gunn was talking about, and they all have a list. Francis Ford Coppola doesn't surprise me if he had a list.
They all have a list, and I don't blame them a single bit, because if somebody suggested and you knew what kind of person they were, how difficult they were, how prima donnas they were, somebody to play in your movie, you would flat out say, "Nah, I'll pass." You can be polite about it, but yeah, even if you ain't got it written down, you got a list in your head of people that are just going to make your movie and your life a living hell if you hire them, and you're going to shy away from them as fast, or you're going to run away from them as fast as you can. And I don't blame him a bit for keeping.
I don't think he ran into this problem, but Hollywood used to do a good covering up of being intoxicated. They had other vices, but being intoxicated. Nowadays, they probably would send them home, and probably if it happened again, that's it. We'll get another person to do it. But back then, you had some of these actors. I'm trying to think of one. Let's just say there was quite a few that used to show up drunk, and half the time they couldn't get rid of the person. So because of contracts, and when I'm talking about contract, I'm not talking about today's contract where you're doing a movie and that's it, and then you're out of your contract. Back in the day, they would sign you, and you were there doing movies for 5 years or 10 years to one company. So, and they always had to have the PR department make sure this didn't get out. This didn't happen. Oh, this guy got pulled over by the police. He was drunk. Well, let's pay off and see if we can get this before it gets into the news. And they would literally pay him to get out of it.
Yeah, and they'd send him to Betty Ford for a month.
Yeah, and you never hear nothing about it. You're not on the wire. Today, you hear about it. So, yeah, what they had to deal with then and what they had to deal with now. Yeah, I just think it's more producers realize, and directors, we don't have to deal with this. There's so many people wanting to be actors. And that's the thing. You don't have to deal with attitude like the lady who does the Johnny Depp lady, Heard. Heard looks. She wouldn't last with Gunn. I think he would have done out. I can find me another actor. Put in her in there. Dye her head red, and off to the shooting we go. No big deal to him.
Yeah.
Yep. No big deal. But here's a rumor coming from comicbook.com, and it says Marvel and Chris Evans destroying Captain America because of Donald Trump. It's a leak. It's a rumor. We don't know if it's true. Take it with a grain of salt. It says leak claims Feige and Marvel's plans for the return of Captain America involve removing the conservative approach to the character. An insider leak is claiming Disney, Marvel, Kevin Feige, and Chris Evans are going to destroy Captain America in the MCU, all because of Donald Trump and his supporters. The info comes from Disney leaker WDW Pro of That Park Place. Goes on to say the site that recently leaked info from a toy industry insider, where among things, the toy industry insider revealed that Captain America merchandise is the second best selling in the US, and the Falcon sells better than Falcon as Captain America. Chris Evans has been reported to be in talks with Marvel, thought to be for Secret Wars and or another project, and is rumored to be appearing as Old Man Cap in Captain America 4 starring Anthony Mackie, according to the info. Article goes on to say this latest claim says Chris Evans and Captain America returning to the MCU is due to Marvel not liking that Captain America is being used by conservatives and Donald Trump supporters, much like the Punisher. It said that Chris Evans actually loathes the portrayal of Captain America as an American first superhero. The leak states that Kevin Feige intends on bringing the divide between the right and left by having the Chris Evans Captain America join forces with the Anthony Mackie version to identify what makes America good and what needs to be recognized as flawed. The leaker states the target is former President Donald J. Trump and America First policies. It goes on to say Marvel concerned by MAGA types regarding what Disney and Marvel are going to do with Captain America. The info is claimed to have come from 3 different sources within the entertainment industry. It's said that Marvel is looking to do a new Captain America show or movie where both Anthony Mackie and Chris Evans would both be Captain America. The reason for the return of Chris Evans and Captain America is said to be because Marvel is concerned that Captain America is being used by conservatives and MAGA types as pro-nationalist superhero icon. It said Kevin Feige is open to do a project with both versions of Captain America, which would bring the two together to basically refute the perceived negative aspects of America while still finding cause to believe in. Again, this is a rumor. We don't know that it's actually going to happen, even though WDW Pro does have a reputation as to bringing out rumors, and some of it's true, some of it isn't. The leaders of the MCU reportedly dislike that they did not address the issue before Chris Evans retired from the character. States the leaker, well, that's their problem for not thinking about it and putting it into Endgame. That's their whole problem.
Yeah.
They felt that having an African American version of the character bar such a burden alone was unfair. Yeah, but you got to remember, Falcon was Captain America in the comics.
And it didn't last.
Yeah. It's further said that talks are going around with corporations connected to the MCU, where it is assumed they don't like Donald Trump as well, and Marvel wants to strip Captain America of the nationalist and conservative connotation that they feel it has. Additional information comes from an executive close to Marvel, where it is said that people at Marvel are uncomfortable with the patriotism facets of the Steve Rogers Captain America, and that Marvel feels the stars and stripes are racist or oppressive.
Wow.
I don't cuss, but I want to say the F word right now.
Yeah.
It's further claimed Marvel fears Captain America is being stolen by conservatives, especially surrounding the upcoming elections, including the presidential election. Burbank hates Captain America, claims the source's boss, the executive close to Marvel. It's further said that people at Marvel lose it whenever they see Trump supporters wearing Captain America star shirts on television at Trump events. Their regret is not bringing Steve Rogers back in order to have him realize all the problems facing America, says the leak.
Yeah. They have an issue with Captain America being nationalist and patriotic. On what planet is it a crime to be a nationalist in your own country, or your country comes first?
I can't think of one.
They can get away saying this 2022, but had this been 1982, 1992, Disney would have been destroyed. So if they wanted, there's, like I said, populations change, people pass, people move on. There's enough people that grew up in that age. If Disney wants to destroy their money making, which is already hurting with Marvel, be my guest and do this.
This would be
do me a favor. They can take the A off his head. They can take the stars and stripes off his head and change his name to Captain Universal. Doesn't have to be Captain America.
Captain Woke.
And you know what? If they feel so strongly about it, they can take their Marvel, they can take their Disney, and they can take their amusement parks and everything, and they can pick any country south of the border. Be my guest. They can pick any country. They want to be diversified? Go to Africa. No, they won't go to Africa or go to South America, because most of them countries, besides Brazil, I'm not ashamed to say it, they're hellholes. It's Chicago, but on a grander scale. And if you think Mr. Evans or Mr. Feige is I'm so diversified and we need to be so pro-world, then go there. Show me how pro. There was an actor who played a part of a superhero. His name was Wesley Snipes. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to pay taxes. So he went to Africa. And after less than a year, and this is his quote, not mine, it is better to be in prison and me doing time in an American jail than be free and living over here in Africa. Hey, don't have to take my word for it or Wesley Snipes' word for it. You can go look on any news thing and pull it up, and you'll see how bad it is over there. Unfortunately, it's not something that I'm trying to brag about. It's unfortunate, but they are hellholes. And the only country that's practically not a hellhole, but starting to become a hellhole, is this country.
Yeah, and even Brett Cohen says in the chat, no offense to any American, but this is why we laugh at you from the outside. This makes you all seem crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. From the outside, we look like absolute lunatics.
Yep. We're destroying our own country, and everybody in the world is sitting around laughing at us, wondering what the crap's going on.
And I say this with love and respect. This country saved the world in World War II. If it wasn't for us, the world would be in a dark place. We didn't take anything. We didn't take no land. We didn't take any reparations from Germany, Japan, or Italy, or any of the Axis countries. We took nothing. A matter of fact, all the things that we sent overseas, Lend-Lease, support, we still haven't got paid back. And everybody's saying we need to think about the world. I give you the words of George Washington. Mind your own business and worry about us. Don't worry about somewhere else. I want a president that's an American president, not the president of the UN. When I don't get to elect the president of the UN. I get to elect the president of the United States.
We all do. All of us above the age of 18.
And
it drives them nuts.
What kills me, we spent millions of dollars in Afghanistan. None of these actors here that you see, Feige or anything, did anything for our troops. Didn't go over there. Did nothing. Bob Hope used to go over with our troops in the most dangerous places.
Robin Williams would go on the USO tour.
We went over in Afghanistan. We built a $2 million building for schools, and the Taliban blew it up. We go and build it again, and they blow it up. We spent all that money and everything and turned out for nothing. Where we need the money here for our schools, our roads, our people. I'm sorry, that sounds a little selfish, but our country and our people come first. I'm all for people coming to this country legally, but I'm not going to support anything that's illegal. I'm sorry. And I don't even support the idea of sending them on a bus and sending them to all these cities. Why? They should be sending them home and say, come back legally. Fill out the paperwork that Mike's family had to do when they come here, Anamas's family had to come here, and my family had to come here.
There's a reason why this country was called the melting pot.
Yep. And we let in anybody if they come in legally.
Because back in the day, they weren't looking for a handout. They were looking for opportunity.
Opportunity to come here and make their money and make their chance at making it by hard work. Yes. There's a purpose of why we had Ellis Island. There's a purpose of that. But everybody, look, you go work for a job, you go to a company, you get streamed, you get everything looked at, your background checked and everything. Ellis Island was no different. Had they did that in 2001, we probably would not have had 9/11. If they did background checks and look at the backgrounds of the people coming in. And I'm sorry, and this might, and I apologize, Mike, if this comes out a little bad. That's not intended. But when you have people crossing your border like they do, and no, it's not only Mexicans. Let's stop that. They're all people from South America and the Caribbean. But that is an invasion. That's no different than what the Romans dealt with. And when the Romans failed to protect their borders, what happened to them?
Their
fell. Empire fell. So guess what? If we don't defend our borders, and I'm not saying, look, we need people from Mexico to come across our border legally so they can work, and most of them go pick food for us because none of us here want to go pick the food. And if they don't pick the food for the farmers for their job and livelihood and make their money, and then they take it back when they go back to Mexico. But if they don't do that, we don't get no food. We starve. Most of the jobs that they take today are jobs that me, you, and Anonymous won't take. Look, without somebody working in the sewers, our society comes to an end. Don't praise, you can praise the police and the fire department, but if the guy doesn't work the sewer, you're in trouble. If somebody ain't working with the water or the electricity, we're in trouble. And sometimes these people, yes, they come over here and they work. I've seen them. Some of them do work hard to make their money. And some, they bring the trouble. They didn't. Look, Mexico is the Wild West. I ain't saying that to be mean. That's the truth. You know? But over here,
let's face it, when it comes to, especially getting back to this article, this is all coming from the Hollywood elites.
It is.
They don't have anything to worry about.
No. It's like
it doesn't matter what party they're with. They don't have anything to worry about. They got more money than we'll ever see for the rest of our lives.
If something goes bad here in the States, they can pick up the plane and they can go fly to Australia in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, us three will be, and everybody in this chat are going to have to deal with the mess.
Listen, they don't like America. They were taught not to like America. They were the founding. They want what everybody else has in the world. They want Sweden. They want the Netherlands, whatever socialism they think is good, but you talk to a lot of them, they don't like it either. They don't have any money. They live in tiny little apartments and stuff. They don't have things, when you tell them we have a house with 3 bedrooms and washer and dryer and all this stuff, and they're like, why? How do you get in that? What's they don't have stuff, and they don't have money because they give it all back to the government, and that's not us. That is not our way of life. That is not who we are. And they're trying to turn Captain America into Captain Communist because that's what they believe. That's what they think. Nationalism is a terrible, terrible thing. They think conservatives are evil Nazis for some reason. That's what built this country. It wasn't just because back in the day they were liberals and conservatives. We all talked to each other. We all tried to figure stuff out, but it turned from liberal and conservative to progressive and conservative. And progressives became the socialists and the communists. They're all the same. They're all the same side of a weird freaking 4 or 5 sided coin. They're just a step away from each other. And they can't have a symbol like Captain America. Captain America has been a symbol of Americana. It's been a symbol of what we stand for decades, ever since he was freaking created. He was the farthest thing from socialist and communist and all that stuff. So that's why they got to tear him down, and they have to turn his symbol, taint it, tarnish the symbol. And this is their way to do it. They can't stand that conservatives look at Captain America like that, and because that's what he is, and that's what he's always been. So they have to tear him down. They have to and rub it in our face too. Because if this happens, this will ruin them. Just like freaking Lord of the Rings is going to destroy Prime. Nobody likes this. The vast majority of people already know this is going to be garbage, and you're ruining Tolkien. And we're revolting, absolutely revolting against that. And I believe if they go take this route, we are going to revolt.
Yep. I'm with you on the Tolkien and Amazon Prime. Stick a fork into them. They're going to sink worse and harder than Warner Brothers. And I seen what Kathy said there, and it's true. But here's the thing: every person from another country that came here. And if they want to be typical and say Europeans, that's fine. Europeans. Don't say white. Because guess what? You couldn't tell me who and what's white. If you point at a European of somebody from Scandinavia, my family's from Italy. I have nothing in common with them. I'm a totally different race than the Scandinavians. I'm a totally different race than the Slavics. Okay? I'm a total different race than the Greeks. And all that makes up Europe. If you want to unify that and call it white, so be it. But we're not all the same. We're not even the same race. We're Europeans. But everybody that came here, even from Asia when they came here, and the Asians got worse than anybody. They were denied their rights. It was at one time legal to kill a Chinaman and not be charged for it, but you couldn't kill anybody else. And then if you were to kill a black man or an Indian, you would have went to jail. But if you kill a Chinaman in California, and they did this, they took away their rights after the Civil War by those who won the Civil War, the rights of the Chinese people. They didn't have no rights. They practically had to live underground to stay alive. You can go to San Francisco. They have underground where the Chinese used to live and did their business because it wasn't safe to be on the street. But every race come from the bottom up. The Irish.
Well, we all come from somewhere. Let's face it. We all come from somewhere. And there's more than one ethnicity.
Yep.
We
all come up. And we all came up. Right?
Yeah, some had it harder than the rest.
Americans, and we all had to go from the bottom up. It wasn't easy for the Irish. They were picked on and abused, or anybody else, Polish, Italian, German. They all went through it. We all went through it.
America's not perfect. It wasn't perfect. It was
And no country is.
It was a beginning country. We started this country from scratch, basically, and we were a flawed people. We were, we were hard. It was a hard life. It was people being human, taking advantage of other people, trying to make their way in a new world. And was it right? No, it was not right. Things happened that was not right. My Irish people didn't get a fair shake when they first got here. Obviously, the Chinese obviously didn't get it, and they got brutalized in some areas too. Natives, people taking advantage, like freaking not Thomas Jefferson, but Jackson. Yep. He came up with manifest destiny. He's the one that started all the bullcrap with the Indians and treated them like that and did what they did. So yeah, there are evil people in everything and throughout history and throughout our country's history. And
the difference is other countries notice. Look, when our country was founded and we were colonies and then became states, they didn't get along.
Nope.
No.
Did not get along.
And let's face it, there are more countries out there like us who are flawed because why? As a species, we are a flawed species.
Yes.
Even family. Your family has a division. This one's favored, well, not favored by mom or dad, but this one sides with mom, this one sides with dad, or the children side against their parents. I witnessed it all. It happens. Look, I'm Italian, but I can tell you this. In Italy today, there's a north-south thing. It's always been there. It's never gone. It's been there before Caesar's time. There was a north-south thing.
Mm-hmm.
People, look, I can paint everybody blue and say, here's Blue Land, and there'll be a north-south divide. There'll be an east-west divide. There's always a division. It's always a division.
Yeah, America is obviously humans are going to human. Totally. But America was founded by very smart people who created our system to foster creativity, foster hard work, foster doing what you can. If you can dream it, you can try. There's no guarantee of outcome, but there is a guarantee of opportunity if you have the talent and the drive. And that has been the greatest system that has ever happened or ever been made in the history of the world. And they don't like it because you have to be lazy to be a socialist. You have to be they don't want to work hard. They don't want to strive to do better. They don't want to better themselves, because people are humans. Humans are lazy people. They tend to want to sit around. They tend to want to have other people take care of them.
Charles Barkley said the same thing Anima said, and pretty much Charles Barkley said that the American people are stupid to not realize they want to divide you. Now, I didn't make this up. I'm pretty sure Mike remembers Charles Barkley saying that. I'm pretty sure Animas remember him saying that. It's not hidden. It's there in front of you. You know what? I always say we all can get along, but there's times, yes, we can't get along. But if I can't get along with Mike, then I don't bother Mike. The country's big enough. We don't have to get along. But the difference is I don't attack Mike. I don't go after Mike. If I don't like him, we can just say, hey, we need to stay away from each other. Happy life. God bless you. We both live a long life. Be happy on your side.
Move on.
There you go. You do not have to like people. You don't. That's right. You do not have to like people. The difference is You don't have the right to harm or to threaten harm or do anything harmful to another person. There's the difference. And as Americans, we knew this. We were taught this in school. What are they teaching in school?
I don't know. I haven't been
That white
in school for
kids
quite
are-
some time.
They're teaching that white kids are bad and oppressive and racist. That's what they're teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and move on. And
Rian Johnson.
yeah, it's not happening.
He keeps trying.
That's my opinion. Yeah. He keeps
Every 4
trying,
months he
but
tries.
It's something we can laugh at right now. That's what we need.
So this article from comicbook.com says Star Wars Rian Johnson would love to finish his trilogy. Ryan, it's not happening.
Let it go.
The Last Jedi director Rian Johnson would love to finish his trilogy if given the opportunity. He sat down with Empire magazine ahead of Glass Onion to talk about his time in the Lucasfilm orbit. While discussion of his movie has not slowed down at all, there is some wondering if he'll ever get to work on that proposed trilogy after the reaction to The Last Jedi. No. That's just my opinion. Maybe there are a lot of people that share that opinion, but no. Absolutely. Hey, Ryan, I got a message for you because I have the perfect clip for it.
How about no?
So it continues by saying Johnson told the outlet that he'd be heartbroken if the opportunity never came his way. He just doesn't get it, does he, folks?
No.
It's not happening.
Break his heart. Don't care.
I think we can
So
say,
sad.
even if Kathleen Kennedy wants to give him the chance to finish it, Disney is smart enough. They might be brain dead on a lot of things. They're knowing not to bring back Rian Johnson. No. And this man, like I said,
Throw me a freaking bone here. I'm the boss.
no
Need
bone.
the info.
See, and that's what he wants. He wants him to throw him a freaking bone so he can get this done.
I think he would even push for a Disney stream of whatever he wants to do. And I'm telling Disney, don't even do that. Not even that. Just cut your ties, leave him go wherever he's good. Look, whatever Disney thinks about The Last Jedi, let's just say 3 out of 4 people are going to say no. And that's enough no. The 1 out of the 3 people that wants Rian Johnson, he can create his own science fiction and do whatever he wants. More power to him. And see if his shit will fly. Excuse my language. Sorry. Didn't mean to say that. But
What?
Rian
You can
Johnson
curse
gets
here.
me angry. Rian Johnson gets me, man. You never heard me curse like that before. I'm apologizing. But, yeah. It ain't going to
Good would it be, Phil, if I was the only one that was allowed to curse on the show? It wouldn't be any good at all. So if I can curse on the show, you can curse on the show. Welcome Jed Sparks, who can also curse on the show. Anonymous can curse on the show. Anybody who comes on here, if they need to use a curse word to emphasize what they're trying to say, do it.
Mike, you know me for how long? How
Damn
many times
fucking
you ever-
right.
How many times have you ever heard me cuss? That's Rian Johnson. I'm sorry. I put him up there with Roman Polanski for a different reason, but both of them I just can't stand. You know, if they're on an island somewhere, I hope it sinks into the floor or the ocean.
Well, he did drape Star Wars, so
yeah.
Oh no. Here's what I think. The only thing he did great is that it's well shot. That's about it. Story wise, character wise, that movie needs to go straight down. Needs to go to the boardroom, straight all the way down to hell.
yep. Colin.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose? Well, I guess nobody opposes.
You know,
At least on this panel.
I know people don't do this anymore for forms of execution. But when it comes to Rian Johnson, I say bring back crucifixion.
Oh no, he's not even worthy of that.
Nah.
No, that man only deserves one thing: we tie him to a tree, and then we set it on fire. burn him at the stake,
Heretic.
along with Jar Jar and KK.
After a fair trial, by the way. Mama
After a
Susan.
fair trial where everybody's saying, which?
Yeah, it's pretty extreme, but come on, given how much. There is no way a single man could just destroy. He reprehentably destroyed Star Wars in just one movie. People want to
No, he had help.
Lucas.
He had
Sorry,
help.
bud.
He had help. J.J. Abrams. You cannot ignore J.J. Abrams' part in the destruction of Star Wars.
And of course, we have KK to thank for that, and even people like Pablo Hidalgo who wanted to create stories, and Chuck Wendig and Claudia Gray, all those people who were involved in the Lucasfilm story group, who made all those things to try to fill in the blanks of the sequels, which again I doubt did anything because I didn't want to bother even reading those books.
I know a lot of people blame Rian Johnson and tend to forget. Don't think that J.J. Abrams didn't have a hand in that. There's no way he didn't. And no way that other people in Disney didn't know what he was doing. They knew. They knew.
Yeah, him and his stupid mystery boxes.
You know, like I said, I mean, personally, I never liked any of his movies. And it's funny, the person that we were talking about, the actor for Chris Evans, loves this guy. Goes and tells you right there. It's all you need to know. He loves Rian Johnson. You know.
Well, I know that because he started Knives Out.
You know. But like I said, the best thing Disney can do is stay far away from them. But if they ever bring them back, put a fork in Disney Star Wars. Put a fork in it. I think that will definitely drive away whatever fans of Star Wars is left. And the so-called Rian Johnson fans, these aren't people that watch Star Wars like real Star Wars fans. They're not buying the toys. They're not buying the memorabilia. They probably never even bought or read a book. I call them the casual fan. You can literally tell where they're going just by where the wind's blowing.
Exactly.
That's a Rian Johnson Star Wars fan.
Well, that's any of these so-called fans of an IP like Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, you name it. They all claim to be fans, but they're not really fans.
No.
Of course they
When
are.
watching one or two Star Wars movie, I'm sorry, it does not make you a fan.
Yeah, listen, if you love something, why would you change it?
Exactly.
Fans love their IPs. They love their whatever it is, Doctor Who, Star Wars. We love it. So if we love it, if you loved your wife, why would you want to fundamentally change everything about her?
Or
you never loved her at all.
Or basically cheat on her and try to make the next girl or make the next girl when you date like her, essentially. Again, that is a massive red flag if you are comparing your future suitors to your former partners or your exes or whatever. Just don't do that. If a girl or a guy is doing that, run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't change the thing you love.
No,
you fell in love with it for a reason.
Yep. And you really, I know people say you can change somewhat, but you're pretty much written in stone. You know, you can do a little change here and there. You can bend, but you'll never break.
Exactly. And I mean, it's also about how you are nurtured up in life and how your life experiences shape you as a person.
True. Totally. And I will tell you this, do not forget that this is the same Rian Johnson that attacked fans, went after the guy that does all Star Wars, takes any information. What's it? Mike Zero the Hero. I
Oh,
know he's
boy.
still out there. My man, if there's a rumor or even a smell of a rumor, he's on it. I don't agree with it,
He
but I
makes
give
up
him
the rumors.
he's a hardworking YouTuber. I give it to him. And Rian Johnson had no reason going after Mike Zero the way he did. That was wrong. That is an abuser. And I thought 2015 Hollywood's main theme was, and even the WWE was, don't abuse, do not make fun of people, do not do none of that.
Well,
And
that's
here we
MO
are
for
with
Marvel
this guy,
people.
this guy, and what's he doing? He's making fun of the fans.
So that's
when
Marvel
Pablo
in a nutshell.
Hidalgo made fun of Star Wars Theory, that was uncalled for.
Yep, that's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pablo
exactly.
Hidalgo.
They tell you when they promote to your kids. Now, this is 2010, 2011-ish, right before woke start coming into being. Remember, the WWE was on top of it. We want to stop all bullying. We want to stop.
Yeah, their anti-bullying campaign.
Right. And it
Be
was
a star.
I supported it. I was all for it. No bullying. Because you know what? That's the problem what we had in schools. Most of 95% of your school shootings is because of bullying. Someone gets bullied.
I know where that's been. And guess what? As a person who was a victim of bullying, believe me,
They're going to act out. They're going to. And here this guy and that company is doing what? Bullying people.
Exactly the point.
Yeah.
It's just ironic. It's just kind of ironic that they want to be that they're the virtuous ones, but they say, but they're the ones who are going around attacking other people because they don't like something.
And I'm not trying to get off topic, but this also brings to mention these are the same Hollywood people 30 years ago. Don't drink and drive. Do not go and sell drugs in front of a school. All that got washed away in the 2000s. Now,
I always figured that was the sexual revolution that did that, and like all the hippie culture.
Like I said, there was a period of time they were trying to promote. You had Mothers Against Drunk Drive. Where are they? There's
gone.
more. I see more DUI. They're driving accidents
DUIs
than ever. I see people. This is not lying. Selling drugs near school zones, which you're supposed to get wartime because you do it. And Hollywood supports all this.
Yeah, basically, yeah, Hollywood has embraced hedonism. Basically, all that hookup culture stuff. Yeah, you can all do it because that's what it is. Because I think also because they also are working in conjunction with social media and they're trying to break people down. They want us to be miserable people. They think that they promise us like dopamine in the short term and happiness, but we get long-term depression. And that's the reason why people feel depressed, why people feel lonely, why they feel empty in their lives. Because also, not to mention that the mainstream media is trying to screw over and basically tell women that, yeah, you need to just basically beat down guys in order to stack up to them. No, you have to use cunning and you have to use your words and compassion to also get through and win an argument. You have to do things because again, women have more strengths. Women can actually do a lot, can just maneuver a lot more, especially with words and also their emotions. If they control them well enough, they actually can win arguments. But now I know sometimes people have basically used their emotions to weaponize everything, and that's why we got these woke hate mobs, and we got feminism out, this new wave of feminism going around and whatnot.
I don't mind feminism when it was a simple term, not the woke term that it's now become.
Yes, I understand.
Real quick, I just want to acknowledge DJ Ronnie G. Welcome.
And Kathy, I'm with you. I seen Star Wars in 1977. I was 6 years old, and I remember everything when I was a kid. That whole experience, waiting in line, going through the theater, being in a packed theater, and experiencing Star Wars. They'll never take that away from me. Never, no matter what they do. And I will tell you this, the way Hollywood is today, they couldn't make anything like that. Not on their best day. Not on their
Nope.
best day. So, like I said, Rian Johnson is just a symbol on the face of what Hollywood is today. He's just the face, It just amazes me that he was told he was going to get them 3 movies. It's not going to happen, but it doesn't stop him every 4 months that he puts it out there, Mike, that he wants to do his movies.
I know. I've seen it.
He probably won't. He probably keeps trying to call Chapek or something or whoever it is and keep asking him about it, but they won't see him, so he has to do it this way. I'll do a trilogy if you guys want.
And he immediately hangs up.
Yeah.
And
Hello?
finally, we got
Hello?
Cash Money. Cash Money.
Hello,
I
Cash.
was called twice here. Once by Phil, and then I know Pacific was missing me, I'm sure.
He could have used you an hour ago, man.
I honestly thought you were
Okay.
lurking, brother.
Oh, no worries, dude. Yeah, but I'm here, so.
Finally, better late than never. That's your typical California fan way of doing things. Late than never.
Phil's like, I'm talking about you, and I'm like, okay.
You never know who's in the shadows, Phil. You never know.
Oh, I know when Cash Money's in the shadows. I know when he's in the shadows. I know how to bring him out.
Oh, man.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we'll get back to this article, or maybe we won't. But here's the thing. I've enjoyed these past couple of days taking a little bit of time to play the Kelvin collection. Why?
Yeah.
Because the games on there are a good collection of games. Yes, one of them's a pain in the ass to defeat, but Cash and I are both going to try to do it.
Yes.
The whole thing is...
Are you eating snapper soup when you're playing the Teenage Mutant Turtles? Getting in the mood?
I don't eat during my streams.
But see,
I might take a sip of water, but I don't eat during my streams.
If you eat during your streams, you should mute your mic.
but that proves you didn't deny you had snapper soup before. So see, Phil McCracken has ways of getting information out.
Phil, that's a nothing burger.
That's a nothing burger. It ain't nothing. Half these people right here in our little panel never had snapper soup.
Nope, never having it.
See,
Yeah.
But my whole reason for bringing up the Cowabunga collection is the fact that you had Konami who published the game, yes, but it was Digital Eclipse that did all the work and put all the extra bonus features, like the covers of the comics, the different stills of the TV shows, the various TV shows, whether it be the original 87 animated series, the 2012 animated series, the 2003, or the 2018. They still included those stills in there.
Yes, they did.
I'm surprised that Cash Money was playing Teenage Mutant Turtles, not because of the turtles, but knowing that April's a redhead and he tolerated that.
Of course.
Oh, come on. April's a hot redhead.
At least they got that, I like that part. I like April.
Is a redhead.
In the
yes.
cartoon,
She should
I'm
always
not
be a
living happy
redhead.
with
And
the
yet, Mike showed me a other animated show of Turtles where she's not a redhead, which is very disrespectful, whatever people want to believe.
I agree. If the character started out created as a redhead, she should always be a redhead.
What they're trying to say is like this is not right anymore, and I don't like that attitude. I really don't care for it.
Well,
if April's a redhead, then she's a redhead. That's it.
And Rian Johnson does not get 3 more Star Wars movies, and I don't want to say anymore because I don't want Cash Money going off because I know he hates Rian Johnson with a passion.
I don't know. I just don't pay attention to a lot of
every
this
4
Hollywood
months,
people most
Cash.
of the time.
Every 4 months, he has to put it out there. Every 4 months. This is now what? Technically, let's say September. We're in August, but 4 months from now, so around Christmas, Rian Johnson's going to put it out there some form or fashion. He wants to do his Star Wars movie.
I just don't understand. It's like with JJ
It's still never gonna happen.
And the stuff. It's like there's other movies you like, but when it comes to Star Wars or with Rian Johnson and JJ, for me personally, I go,
I'm only bringing this up because you see that look April's giving? She's hearing that they want to replace her for being a redhead, and she's going, hell no.
That's right. Exactly.
You know what I see there? Alligator, good eating, and you can make something with the shoes. And there's 4 turtles, and they look like it's easy to get their shell off. So you know what? Snapper some time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know what I see, Phil? I see Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo, April, Bebop and Rocksteady, Splinter, Leatherhead, Crane, Shredder, and Baxter Stockman. That's what I see.
I want you to take note of the names of the turtles. And
Oh, come on, Phil.
Why do Japanese cartoonists have to have Italian names complied to their characters?
Do you even know the history of the comics? Do you even know the history?
They did it with Mario, Mario and Luigi. They had to put Italian in that. Then they had to do it with the turtles. They had to put Italian names. I know everybody admires the Italians, but come on, Japan, can't you give them some Japanese names?
Because it wasn't even Japan that came up with the Ninja Turtles, Phil. It was Peter Eastman and Kevin Laird. Wait, Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman. Sorry.
So that was their idea. So
it was their idea because they thought it would be funny to have characters who were turtles who were ninjas, and they thought it would be even funnier to name them after Renaissance artists.
They were diverse.
Okay.
They wanted to be diverse. It's a melting pot.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Diverse in that way. If you want to take Italian names, Mario, Luigi, Michelangelo, and all them.
Yeah, I still think it's really funny that there's actually an epic rap battle with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the actual Renaissance artists.
But remember, ninjas that eat pizza, not romaine noodles. So yeah,
they're still New Yorkers.
Oh God, Phil. You'll make a mountain out of any molehill.
Shredder was from Japan. The turtles are New Yorkers.
Yeah,
so they're going to eat pizza.
What do you expect, though? This guy likes Caddyshack too.
What's wrong with Caddy? Here we go. Another person.
Star Trek 5.
Look. There's nothing wrong with Caddyshack 2. If
just
you
imagine
Caddyshack 1.
Imagine if I said I liked Lightyear after I saw it. Just imagine that. I couldn't. I had to throw myself out a window.
Wait. You like Lightyear?
No. What? I said if I like Lightyear. Just imagine.
I heard I like Lightyear.
What? I don't. But that's what I compare it to with Caddyshack 2. No Rodney Dangerfield in Caddyshack 2. No Ted Knight. That says a lot right there. Yeah, no Chevy Chase. Right?
No. You want me to shock the world? I'll shock the chat and really give Cash Money a heart attack. I'm one of them Italians that like pineapple on my pizza.
No,
God bless the Hawaiians for giving me pineapple that I can put on my pizza.
You're not real Italian. You've been lying this whole time.
Again, it's just that weird thing. It's like pineapple on pizza is like that weird sort of thing, just like candy corn. It's something you either love it or you absolutely fucking hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's like
fruit don't belong on pizza and it don't belong in salads. It belongs on a cake.
Dogs. You don't have to put sauerkraut on it. I don't like sauerkraut.
Phil, this is what I have to say to you about liking pineapple on pizza.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
well, that's the one thing I can actually agree with Phil on. Actually, find out Hawaiian style pizza actually is delicious. Trust me.
One of my favorites that people do not like that I really do like if I'm eating pizza by myself: pineapple and peaches on pizza. Awesome.
That's going too far. Okay.
I don't know.
That's going way too far.
You cross the line, then you draw another line and cross.
I mean, seriously, Phil TMNT, he likes to put ketchup on pizza.
No.
I've never tried that, man. I don't think.
Why would you? Who would think to do that?
I don't.
Only someone who's weird. Only someone who is just as weird as Phil TMNT is.
But I will tell you this: there's nothing like going to a baseball game and you're eating a hot dog, ketchup and mustard, maybe onions, maybe some chili and cheese on
I don't put ketchup on my hot dog.
It's the blasphemy with the people get the sauerkraut on it and they try to eat it and they make a mess at the stadium. And you can see the camera sometimes single them people out. You see the destruction of a hot dog bun. Can't hold a sauerkraut and it goes everywhere.
So in other words, you're talking about yourself.
I don't like sauerkraut.
That's the only thing I would actually allow on like a hot dog is onions and maybe relish. That's about it.
What? You gotta have ketchup.
I like
you got all American, man. Ketchup,
I like
relish.
I like onions and then ketchup, and I don't know. I don't usually put mustard on.
And I would tell you this. Sometimes there's a lot of ballparks
spicy brown mustard
that have some great hot dogs. Great hot dogs. And there's some you never want to go there and eat anything there ever again. But yeah.
Yeah, like a Dodger dog. No offense, Cash, but I'm sorry, they're not all they're cracked up to be.
They're good, man. Very good. I got no problems with the Dodger dog. Except that the ballpark, of course, is gutting the public, but like all the stadiums, I'm sure all the prices have gone up. But
what is it? $8 for a hot dog, $10 for a soda.
6 or 7 for one hot dog, yeah.
Yeah.
$10 for a soda, something like yeah. Yep.
They show pictures of.
Oh, and then of course, since you guys started talking about this, the funniest thing was that instead of having straws, of course, at Dodger Stadium, we have to have sippy cups now. So we got
Yeah, I noticed in a couple of videos I've watched that a lot of stadiums are going to that.
Oh, I'm sure they are. We're still getting straws in the theater though, but they're different now. They're not because they were hurting the environment before. Yeah.
Look, there's unique. Look at what Brett Cohen put in the chat. Highlight it, Mike. Highlight it.
I will.
Watch Anonymous have a heart attack.
What are we doing?
Look what Brett Cohen wrote in the chat. What he likes on pizza.
I'm gonna call out DJ Ronnie though, since he's here. I'm gonna call you out, DJ Ronnie. Check your messages on Discord, you scrub. You don't have to, man. I'm just picking on you.
What the crap kind of pizza is that?
I don't know.
Sweet chili chicken prawn? Is that chicken and prawn? Like a seafood?
Oh, they have
hot, spicy
over here. You can get, what is it? Maryland crab pizza.
I reject you.
Maryland crab pizza, where they take crab meat, cook it with the sauce, and put it on the pizza.
No.
Wait, what?
Wait,
Yeah.
All beef hot dog, all beef dog with onion, relish, bacon, and nacho cheese on.
I don't know. I can probably get behind that.
If you're having them separately, just
I'll try it. I'll admit it.
All the ingredients are individually super awesome. You put them together.
But the question is, you got to have a hot dog bun that's able to hold all that.
Pretzel bun.
Yeah.
There you go. Pretzel bun.
Oh, see. Oh man, no, it's all right.
There's no count for taste. People have bad taste. I understand.
Well,
yeah,
I deal with it.
Like also what Kathy says in the chat. I know this is going to be a thing. I think I kind of got into it a little bit with Phil, and
it's easy to get into anything with Phil. Just tell him that Caddyshack 2 sucks.
No, I'm not talking about this, Phil. I'm talking about Phil TMNT.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just that same. It's that same debate about candy corn. I know, but one thing is, I would know basically that Star Wars girl would basically hate me if I basically told her I don't like candy corn. She would immediately hate me. That coupled with the fact since she subscribes to astrology, she would probably hate me even more because considering I'm an Aquarius, apparently.
Anybody seen that Lewis
I will
Black
tell you
skit?
this. There's two things, and I guarantee you, everybody you agree with. You give these to people you hate: candy corn and a fruitcake.
Look,
There you go.
Kathy, I like mushrooms on a pizza. I don't see any problem with that at all. So, I like green peppers on a pizza, chicken on a
I know
pizza,
one thing,
beef
but
on a
believe me,
chicken.
if you ever came to my house when my grandma was still alive, she would have obviously put some mushroom in something that she was making. She would have put mushroom in something.
Yeah,
I love mushroom stuff.
I know, but the thing is, look, I understand mushrooms are cool or maybe nice, but sometimes, but there are times where she put mushrooms. There was like a small time where she put mushrooms in a lot. So I was like, I just told her, "Geez, girl, what the hell's your fish with those things?"
Well, I'm probably going to become public enemy number one for saying this, not just by the panel, but by the chat and anyone else who watches this. But I can remember being in a restaurant with my mom and grandmother, and I ordered liver and onions. The waiter laughed at me. He thought I was joking, and then he looked at my face and he's like, "You're serious?" I said, "You're darn right, I'm serious." And even my grandmother and mom said, "He is serious. He wants liver and onions."
You're the second person I know that likes liver. I don't like liver. My mom likes liver. She's alone on that. I can't do liver. I can eat all kinds of meat, duck.
You have to have it cooked just right. It's one of those that
Here's
somebody has to
another
cook
thing
it just right.
Here's a really weird thing about my dad.
Here's the thing: liver is just one. It's like grits. You throw anything into it and it just disappears. You don't know where it goes. You can throw a bucket of brown sugar, a bucket of white sugar into grits, and it still tastes the same, like it never been affected by the sugar at all. And liver is just one of them. Yeah. The onions will help, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I even tried.
Okay, Don Ronnie. All right.
I even tried putting A1 sauce. A1 sauce goes on a lot of meat. You can get away with A1 sauce, but on liver, A1 sauce doesn't help.
You won't believe it. My dad. You would say things about chicken, but the only chicken my dad really loves the most is chicken gizzards.
That's a southern thing right there.
I would tell you that with gizzards, what we do, we use the gizzard when we make stuffing. We got the us Italians got it from the Amish. They use gizzard.
Okay. I know. I'm from Tennessee, so I wouldn't really know exactly. I mean, I only eat chicken if it's just chicken wing or breast. That's it.
Yep, me too.
Or leg. Yeah.
I wonder if that's probably more of a West Coast thing. I don't know.
I think given the fact that I know, even though I was born in Tennessee, but I think I have a tiny minuscule amount of West Coast in me. I know definitely my sisters have West Coast in them because they were born in California back in the late 80s, early 90s, and I was born in the wholesome southern state of Tennessee, along with my dad and my grandfather.
I have this thing where on barbecuing, you're either from Missouri, Tennessee, Texas, and the Carolinas. But when you mention to any of them about South Carolina loving to put mustard in their barbecue sauce, the other four are like violently against it.
What? That's weird.
Mustard in their barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I can remember one time at work, the manager and one of the department managers actually having a back and forth discussion over which is better, Oklahoma barbecue or North Carolina barbecue.
North Carolina's tend to be sweet with a little tack. How can I put it? Has a tacky taste to it. Like it's really sweet, but it's sticky. The South Carolinas, they put mustard. I can't speak for Tennessee, but I know Missouri has that spicy one. That the more spicier the barbecue, the better. Texas is just crazy, insane. I can't deal with them.
Oh, by the way, Pacific, I did think of one more trailer that I did see yesterday, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, and I'm just not excited about that movie, dude.
I haven't been excited about it. When I saw the first trailer, I'm sorry. Without Chadwick Boseman in the role of Black Panther, I'm not interested.
No, they didn't disrespect Chadwick Boseman. They pissed on his grave.
That's what I'm worried about. That's exactly what I'm worried about, man. That they're gonna just do that to him, and I just
They should
like,
never
he's not
even
gonna
do
ever
a black
matter
people.
anymore. But
They should respect him, his character. They should just
yes,
that's it. Done. Don't touch
what
it.
they need to do is not have Black Panther at all in the title. It should just be Wakanda forever and leave it at that.
And well, it's their opportunity to turn Black Panther into a female, so they got what they wanted, and they've destroyed Namor. So kudos to them. Screw them.
They said, but Chadwick said he wants somebody else to play the role, but still, I don't know if this is the right direction. Is it just? No. It's all.
It's not the same what he was thinking. He wanted somebody to be T'Challa. He wanted another person to play T'Challa. He didn't want his on-screen sister to be Black Panther.
Right, and that's what when I found out recently about, because I'm still behind on a lot of these comics, or I just hadn't read them when I was younger, and I still have time to catch up on them. But I after hearing about White Wolf and Black Panther in the comics, I was like, why don't we get a movie of that? Is that possible? Could that work?
Because there's the whites in it.
The
word white.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, well, to be honest with you, that probably is problematic with them. But yeah, they're not creative. They don't even they barely even go to the source.
Weird, man.
Material.
Yeah, I know. It's like all this stuff is just so many missed opportunities. I think people would really love to see that if it was done right. A movie like that. I think they would like that. Would you guys like to see something like that?
Yeah, I mean, like it's the same thing with Terrence Howard and like Don Cheadle playing Rhodey.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like you almost didn't really notice it. Really, I mean, you sure noticed, but
true.
But again, people have just accepted Don Cheadle as Rhodey now. I mean, people
right. And Terrence Howard didn't do a bad job at all.
No, neither one of them did a bad job. They both were fine in the role, and if Terrence Howard came back, it would have been perfectly fine.
Yes,
no problems.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
But yeah, you know, they didn't ask us. They didn't want our opinion. They knew exactly what our opinion would be because we're not afraid to voice it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I looked at an interview from Peter Flaminchi talking about the idea that they think people like liberals, like these liberal woke Hollywood types, they think they know what's best for us. They think they know.
They do. They're very arrogant, especially now. I think they're even more arrogant. So.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And they think they know what's best for somebody who looks like me. No, you freaking don't.
Right. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. And
they are offended for you. They are offended for you.
Yeah.
Hey, well, guess what? Here's what I say to that. Double it up.
I seem to recall somebody on this panel doing that exact same thing during the anime stream. And that someone was me. I went on camera and I flipped the bird because I'm tired of Hollywood looking at people and making them a checkbox.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
When we were talking about the Spider-Man covers and there was, the Spider-Woman with the crutches and the wheelchair.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As someone who was born with cerebral palsy, I am not a fucking checkbox. Get that straight. I am a human being. I am an individual with my own thoughts, my own beliefs. I'm not a fucking checkbox.
Oh, you're so silly. Yeah, you just stay over there, and I'll just do all the thinking for you.
Right.
For you.
Yeah, and they got to be the white knight that comes in and defends the minority.
By the way, hey, Mr. or Miss, whatever you identify yourself as, how would you quickly just spread your legs? Yeah, that's good. Bam! Right in the groin.
It's almost as funny when I hear this, which I do like. But it's almost as funny as a governor telling its people, you cannot own any more gas cars. You have to have electric. and he shuts the power off, so you can't charge up your car. Great governor you have over there in California, Stan Cash. Great
Dude,
governor.
don't get me started, man, with Mussolini. Yeah.
Hey, why is there appropriation of my people tonight on everything? You had to steal Mussolini.
Hey,
He's not
Mussolini's
even-
yours, buddy. He's all
I'll
yours.
take it.
You gotta
You
take
can
it.
have
Yeah, and he was
I'm not
doing
taking
great
it.
because he got spit on.
But here's the thing. In the news today, they found out that his parents been donated
I know.
to Santa's.
That's hilarious.
I'm
So
sorry,
funny,
I have to
dude.
laugh on that.
It's very funny. Yeah.
Also-
Hilarious.
hmm
You know, it's just hilarious to laugh at these people who think they can tell us how to think and act, and we're all individuals.
they're so obsessed with representation, and yet if you look at the history of it overall, especially lately, they've done such a piss poor job of it. Like I can say they turned Jimmy Olsen black, fine. In the CW, he was fine. His role, he was still Jimmy Olsen. Then they decided to basically make him a victim. And it's like, no. You guys are killing this character. You're literally killing this character, CW. Why do you keep doing this? You don't have to do this.
I have
No, they don't.
friends, and I have a lot of friends, honestly, but they're black. And I will tell you this:
But he's
I
not
didn't
racist.
say it. They say it. They hate this. They don't want. All right. They don't want to change Batman. They'll be perfectly fine with a brand new character as a black superhero. To them, it's a retread. Why do they want to retread the character?
Nobody wants to hand me down.
Yep. Spawn was magnificent, and I guarantee everybody here loves Spawn. Blade
I
was
got
magnificent.
40 of the books sitting right next to me.
You know,
I'll have to catch up on that Anonymous.
and like I said, I don't want to speak for anybody else. I just hear what they tell me, you know, and I can guarantee you, Jet Sparks would probably agree. You don't want to retread. Give him something new.
Yes.
New. Totally.
Imagine
character.
Imagine if they decided to make Storm white. How disrespectful would that be?
I would be upset.
Nobody would go for it.
Ridiculous.
Mm-mm.
I mean, she's worshipped as a goddess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love
My
Storm.
all.
Storm's
I
a
love
great
her.
character.
She
You
is.
Some characters, I mean, you know, if you want to make someone from Greenland a superhero, that's fine. Don't take someone from Greenland and change a character to fit it for someone from Greenland. Make an original character. You can do it. I liked what they did in Batman with the Bat family. They had what's his name? Fox's son as one of the Batman. He didn't even have to retread nobody. He was his own thing. I like that. I have no problem with an Asian or anybody else. Just give them their own character to run with. We will accept it and love it.
Exactly, and that's the whole
Yes.
thing I'm doing with some
That's
superhero characters I'm writing.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice. Yep.
You know, I don't want someone to change Sammy Sosa. Not that he's kind of in the dirt right now, but I don't want somebody portraying him and make him blue. He's not blue.
Well,
Not
it's like
a
when
real
you,
person, but just an example.
when you hear these people that are in movies and comics and television, and especially comics, since that's what we're talking about right now, saying it's so hard to create a new character, you're not even trying.
How many characters did what's his name from Marvel help create or participate in creating?
Talk
created a
about Jack
ton.
Kirby, Stan Lee.
Yep.
Steve
If he
Ditko.
didn't create them, he helped create them. Same thing when DC first started. You know, there's a lot of characters over there. You know, it is not that hard if you take the time to first create it, second, develop it. A 5-year-old can do it. It's called using the imagination, not stealing someone else's idea, changing it and then rubber stamping and saying, "Look at this, is a beautiful thing."
They keep talking about how it won't sell. It won't sell. Well, are they doing the marketing for it? What is the character about? No, they're not doing any of that, and that would help a ton.
Well, is anything they're doing selling?
No.
No, they turned in, what is it, the comics? They have a Captain America who's gay now. They're talking about there's a bi Batman or a gay Batman for some reason, which to me is just weird. You have stuff like I Am Not Starfire, which bombed, and the only reason people bought it is to make fun of it. Read it on stream and make fun of it. It's great.
Yep. Why can't they take their own characters that you create and then destroy them rather than taking a name character? It's like, I guess this is a generation of, we want to see how far we can push everything until people explode.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it.
It's basically what they said in Star Wars. Kill the past, or
let the past die.
Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. They need to destroy everything that came before.
Yeah,
because they can't have. I know we can still go back, but in their eyes, for some reason, they need to destroy everything that we love, so we will abandon it, and so they can have their future.
They say that,
and they can actually say that they've done that they are the ones who pioneered something new.
Yeah. But here's the thing: they say it, say it, but they don't live it. You know, it's easy to say be like Madonna, and she was promoting all this stuff in the 80s and the 90s, and even now. But with her own kids, totally different thing. You see how secluded and conservative she is with her kids. So it's okay for me to have your kids adopt these ideas, but don't teach my kids the same ideas. My kids are going to be taught the ideas I grew up on. See, it's rules and stuff for thee, but not for me. And that's BS. If you're going to preach to me, you better be preaching that if that's the way you want to live. Look, I have no problem with someone wanting to live a lifestyle like I don't want alcohol. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
But don't preach to me and say you don't want alcohol, and then you turn out to be a drunkard.
Right.
You know, that's how Hollywood is. You know,
they're hypocrites.
Yep. Like I said, we had the Natalie Portman article today where she has to get the police there so she can film her web episodes or whatever they're called. Well, guess what? She was the one that was promoting we needed to fund the police. And here she is getting police protection in Baltimore.
Yes, once again. Yeah, they will say defund the police because you the plebs who basically have nothing and I have everything. I can basically do whatever I want. I can buy it because I'm rich, bitches.
That's right.
Basically the logic these morons subscribe to. Because let's be honest here, they don't give a shit about about us so-called commoners or plebs or whatever it is they want to call us.
No,
they're content to even say. Hell, there was a person I saw on Twitter who said that, or somewhere I read saying that that some people should just basically be incentivized to move into cities, and basically only antisocial people live out in the country.
Of course, it's just the ignorance. As I want to get a shirt that says, I wish celebrities would act like they do on screen. A lot of them. I want to get a shirt that says that because I think that's the point we've definitely gotten to. Like, can't they act more like human beings? Like when they actually act on screen?
These people aren't machines. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if that thing from like American Dad, that tearjerker episode, was true. Those celebrities aren't real, they're just robots.
It's too funny.
Well, I will believe Gavin Newsom is a robot. I will believe that.
He's a
No, he's not a robot. He's probably one of the lizard aliens.
Yeah, I like that. Lizard aliens. That's a good one, dude. Yeah.
He eats that's why he needs homeless people, so he can just grab one off the street and eat them.
That's why you got to separate the actors from their movies. Same with Tom Cruise. He's quite nuts in real life, but he's gotten crazier. But his movies, stuff like Maverick, you want to go see. So
yeah, and I don't like
same
the
with
fact
De
that he was.
Niro. Same with Rob Reiner. The list goes on and on and on and on. So
I think the
a
only
few.
actor who probably seems to be just basically doesn't even need to try is probably Ryan Reynolds. He's just basically himself no matter where
Ryan
he
Reynolds, I think Chris Pratt. There's a few of them out there who generally care about their fans, just not interested in this politics or saying stuff and make themselves look ignorant and whatever. But
yeah, some people got a little brains. They may still be crazy, but they try not to put it out there for everybody to see.
Yeah,
and the most of them don't have that. They lost that ability to for rational thought, and don't tick off half your customer base. They put out a product.
Yep.
They are a salesman.
Yep.
They are selling themselves to people, and when you take away, not even half, I guarantee you it's more than half. You tick off enough people, and people aren't coming to flock to your movie to watch it. And then where are you going to be at when you can't sell tickets to your movies? People are going to stop hiring you. It's just nonsense, and it's stupid.
The worst thing you can do to an actor or actress or anybody famous is when they lose their popularity and you don't even acknowledge them.
Well,
to be not acknowledged, like an actor 30 years ago or an actress was to walk past you, you probably wouldn't even know who they are.
Yep.
But to them, they would get seriously butthurt because you don't look. I'll give you an example. Dave Mustaine from Megadeth, the band, was in the Netherlands. Sees a girl, two girls, and one has a Megadeth shirt. So he goes up to her and goes, "Would you like to have my autograph?" And she goes, "Why and who are you?" "Well, you're wearing a Megadeth shirt, and I'm Dave Mustaine, and I thought you would probably want my autograph." "Oh, I'm just wearing the shirt."
What? How could you be wearing a shirt and you're not really a fan?
We used to have a rule back in the day. You do not wear the shirt unless you know the band. And
Very true.
Know them, you had to at least listen to them.
Right.
Yep. And you didn't wear concert shirts unless you were at the concert.
There you go.
Exactly.
There you go.
And real quick, guys, Jet Sparks has got to go to bed, so let's get to this next article.
All right. No problem.
Because I'm sure he wants to also, give his thoughts on this article too, just like the rest of us. And I want him to be able to express himself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sign off here in a little bit. So this article comes from Anime News Network, and it says Game Rant Warner Brothers Discovery has no plans to cut Toonami. Goes on to say the block also plans to continue its slate of original anime projects, including the upcoming Housing Complex C. And the article says Game Rant reported on Saturday that Warner Brothers Discovery has no plans to cut Adult Swim's Toonami block. According to representatives of the company also confirmed that the block will continue its slate of original animated projects. This includes the Housing Complex C horror anime Pictured Right, which will premiere on October 1st. The project represents the block's recent commitment to producing original anime or anime-adjacent content alongside the English dub versions of Japanese television anime. And it goes on to say Yuji Nara is directing the series at the studio that's actually producing it. I know I can't pronounce it, so that's why I'm not pronouncing it. And it goes on to talk a little bit more about the series and who the creative directors are. So, in the end of the article, it says the statement may come as reassurance to animation fans amid the company's recent upheavals. According to insider leaks, the consolidations and restructurings have involved numerous cuts to HBO Max's lineup, including several animation projects and live action Of course, that live action being Batgirl. It goes on to say Warner Brothers Discovery announced earlier this month that HBO Max and Discovery Plus will merge into a single streaming platform, which we talked about here on Pop Talk a couple of Sundays ago. So that's basically what this article was about, was the fact that for anime fans, Toonami isn't going anywhere.
Good. Because at least
It probably
Zaslav,
shouldn't.
Zaslav understands how popular anime is. That's the one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he understands that. He's got to make sure he doesn't remove any of those animated shows. I don't want to see any of those anime shows, Justice League, and that leave HBO Max. I don't think they will, but he's gotten rid of a few shows on from Cartoon Network or whatever. So,
well, at least the only ones that actually are on there are like the classic ones, like Courage the Cowardly Dog, Dexter's Laboratory. I don't want those to go.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I want to see. I don't think I've seen John. I don't think I see Johnny Bravo on HBO Max though.
No,
at least not that I'm aware of. That's not on there.
Well, yeah,
but they need to also put some more Hanna-Barbera content on there as well.
Yes, please.
Classic Hanna-Barbera.
Yes, Hanna-Barbera can never die.
And newer Hanna-Barbera like SWAT Cats, even though I've got the show on DVD. But also I want to see like the 90s Johnny Quest series.
I've been hankering. I don't know why, but I've been wanting to watch Herculoids and Space Ghost for some reason.
Nothing wrong with those shows.
No, but I ain't seen them in forever, and I don't know. I was thinking about them the other day, and I was like, man, I'd probably go for some Herculoids right now. I don't know why.
Well, I don't even have cable or satellite, so I don't even know Boomerang's still around.
Yeah, we can always.
That's where you used to be able to find the classic shows.
If you guys want to set up shows, I have ways. We can set up watch parties. It's not a problem.
Yes, we're going to find out about Cash Money's dark ways and how he gets things.
not all
the underbelly of Cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the underworld of California Stan.
According to Phil McCracken.
Yep. Man, myth, legend, but it is all true.
But
couldn't make me up, could you?
I would be interested if you guys wanted to in doing like a watch party of Johnny Quest or some of these older shows or newer shows or stuff. That'd be pretty cool.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You better be concerned about watching them Godzillas, and Crit wants you to make sure that you want to watch that horror of a show called Rings of Power. So yeah, you're going to be a busy man.
I'm watching it too. And
we're gonna,
guys jam your fingers.
I'm gonna say it.
Eyeballs. I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Hey, a new clip. Nice. I like it.
Yes.
It's a good one.
Yeah. I figured I'm going to make a new clip. This way, if somebody's asking, why are you watching it? I'm going to play it one more time.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
That's from Star Trek 3, right? Search for Spock, I think?
Star Trek 5. Star Trek 5.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Star Trek 5. Come on now.
I hate Star Trek.
The only the only good piece of dialogue in the whole movie.
I love Star Trek 5. Release the Shatner cut.
And here's me walking whenever I hear Phil say that he loves Star Trek 5. I can't believe you love Star Trek 5. I really can't.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
Oh, KO.
Yeah.
You just wait till I get Cash Money watching Conan the Destroyer.
Please no, never
You're
again.
especially gonna like when the wizard does his little cling cling. Yeah,
movie sucks, dude.
What?
No, I'm gonna have to be with Phil. I love me some Conan Destroyer.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
Why, dude?
I hate having to take Phil's side. Really, I do.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Brick killed a man.
This made my night. This should forever be memorialized.
Hey, don't get used to it.
Anonymous agrees with me. Yes, the world is all going to be right.
No,
There's
How
still
many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Let's see. We got five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 assholes. It's like that joke on Family Guy.
Keep firing, assholes.
well before
Oh, man.
before Mike's end this. Anonymous, I have to ask you this question. And I seriously need a good answer now, an honest answer. In sports, what's harder? Winning 3 championships in a row?
Oh, boy.
Or
Here we
winning,
go.
say,
Here he
8
goes again.
over a period of years?
I think a baseball is harder than a football.
So winning 3 in a row is harder.
That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
I don't even know
3
what
in
you're
a
talking
row is
about,
harder.
but
The Michael Jordans and the Athletics.
bye,
and
Sparks.
The Yankees, like you.
See you, Sparks.
Yes,
Have a good
real
one,
quick,
man.
I do
Sleep
want to
well.
say thank you for coming on, Jet. Really appreciate it. Folks, if you haven't subscribed to Jet Sparks, you're missing out. If you want to see his show Talking Pinheads, you got to subscribe to his channel.
And if you want to see a baseball team that just wants to destroy itself, watch the Cubs.
Again, here's the new clip. Because I am a Cub fan, I'm going to play it. And Loki, if you're out there, I hope you enjoy this, brother. Yeah.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
No, it was fun to be on Pop's stream today, and he was talking about the clip that he made a few weeks ago, where he put the PACIFIC414 logo on Hunter Strickland, and then Amazon's logo on Bryce Harper, and how during that stream I said if this was baseball and I was the pitcher and Amazon was the batter, I'd hit him. I'd throw the ball at them and I hit them for what they're doing to the Lord of the Rings. So Pops quickly made it, and he actually played it, during the stream as I had played it a few weeks ago on Sunday Pop Talk, and I told him the story of how it came to be, and then Loki told a story about how when he was recovering after his accident, he was with his girlfriend at the time. They were in the deli, and the guy was being a complete ass, saying that Loki's girlfriend cut in front of his wife. And long story short, the guy's breath smelled like alcohol, and somebody had said, "Don't worry, he's a Cub fan." Because I had said I'm used to suffering.
That was a jab.
And honestly, you could say it's a jab, Anonymous, but as a Cub fan, you do have to kind of laugh and go, "It's not wrong."
Well, it's at least you're a realist, self-aware. Yeah, that's good.
Well, that is one thing that I've learned from being a Cub fan is life doesn't come easy. It's not supposed to be easy.
No.
It's supposed to kick you in the nuts.
That's why I'm always a realist about my Dallas Cowboys. Until they really prove something, I'm not going to think much about them.
Dallas Cowboys. No wonder I can't stand you.
Oh, man.
Life's full of
Yes.
disappointments, boys and girls. It's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
But no.
Yeah, it's good to be realistic about your team. It's easy to be delusional and think they're going to do great things, but they need to actually prove that. So.
Some people's teams have done great things, like win 3 in a row.
Well, I am going to say that it was 2016 and it was in spring training, and my mom, because every year she would ask me, "How do you think the Cubs are going to do?" And I said, "There's something in the pit of my gut that says they're going to do something special this year. I don't know what it is, but they're going to do something special. And then, they trade Chris Coughlin to the A's, and Dexter Fowler comes back. And, you start getting that feeling. And then the team gets off to that great start that they got off to in April. And, at one point they're 18-8. And you're thinking, this team's doing it. And you're seeing the team do things that other Cub teams would have just faded. They would have folded. And the team was able to come back. And even in that Game 7 of the World Series, yes, I got ticked off when Chapman gave up that home run to Rajay Davis. I'm going, why do you have to be like every other Cubs closer of the past, every other Cubs pitcher of the past? And then I had to smack myself and go, no, this team is not like the teams of the past. This team will find a way to win. And when the Cubs won, yes, I'll admit, I cried. Because I never thought I would see them in a World Series, let alone win a World Series in my lifetime. And that's a moment I got to share with my mom, and that's a moment I will never forget.
I'm sure.
It's a good memory.
Yep.
But just think if they were to do next year 3 in a row.
Oh boy.
Some teams can dream about it. Very few teams did something about it.
Oh, you know what, Phil? Let's go ahead. Because, I know I say I'm not just a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy, and I know I'm the one that brought it up. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings right now. I know it's not much to brag about when you have two teams that absolutely suck.
Okay, I'll give you that. But here's the thing. If you know anything about the A's baseball, this year they suck.
You mean the Philadelphia A's?
Next year, we're going to be in the running for the title in the West. Can you say the same for Chicago?
We don't know. We don't know.
What we do know? My team has a better shot to do it because they have a plan.
Well,
I don't know what that plan is. I don't know what the plan is, but you heard it from me today. Next season, the A's will be in the running.
There is one thing I've always heard, Phil. There's no guarantees in baseball. There's no guarantee that next season is going to be the same as the last. So you never know.
But that's broken when the team wins 3 in a row.
Yeah, but that was in the 70s, Phil.
You can never take it away. It can never be erased. It happened. It's there, forever written in stone. When you do something, when you win a championship, you can't take the Chicago championship away from them from 2016, right?
Right.
It's written in stone. So you can never take away them 3 championships back to back to back.
It's hard for any sport to have that happen.
And
I mean, the Lakers did it once.
Repeated in the 80s. If it wasn't for them damn Dodgers, and we won't even talk about Marshot's Reds, but that's okay. It's okay.
So here are the standings as of right now. You have the A's at 49 wins against 82 losses. And then you have the Cubs at 56 wins against 75 losses.
Yeah, them 7 games we're never going to catch up. It doesn't seem to be destined. That's okay. Like I said, if you know A's baseball, every other year they're either on top or like they are today at the bottom.
Yeah. And, I'm going to do it. It's my channel. I can do it. Your final scores for tonight. Well, as far as the finals are concerned, it was the Astros over the Rangers by a score of 5-3. You had the Brewers over the Pirates by a score of 6-1. And it was the Padres over the Giants by a score of 5-4. You had the Orioles over the Guardians, former Cleveland Indians, by a score of 4-0. The Cardinals beat the Reds by a score of 5-3. And that was in 13 innings. You also had the Rays over the Marlins by the score of 2-1. That was in 10 innings. And then you had the Nationals over the A's by a score of 5-1. Cubs beat the Blue Jays tonight by a score of 7-5. You know, the Cubs could have taken 2 out of 3 from this series had their pitching not sucked. And let's see, the Dodgers lost to the Mets by a score of 2-1. But I mean, looks like the Dodgers only got 3 hits. And when you only get 3 hits versus 8 hits, and you're only able to score 1 run, obviously there's something on the pitching side for the Mets.
Yep. DeGrom pitched today, so it's tough. And
no
we had a home run robbed as well, so or that would have tied the game that Trey Turner hit. So
yeah,
Justin Turner, excuse me, Justin Turner.
I hate to interrupt your foosball, but I'm gonna have to go to bed now.
Foosball.
All right, Anonymous.
Foosball. Anonymous.
First, before you leave,
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
I love it.
I didn't deserve that. I didn't.
Anonymous. Anonymous.
You know what, Cash? You suck too.
You love it, dude. Come on, it's your theme song, man.
I did not want. No, what? No. How is that a good theme song?
That's a good theme song. Anonymous.
Learn to love it and accept it, acknowledge it, and go with it.
Never.
Well, you know, Cash, you say that I suck, you say that you suck, so.
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
That's right.
Oh, I love the Anonymous thing. It's great, dude. It's great.
I have to announce this, not for myself, but for the world. Due to my, uniqueness.
Well, we're waiting.
We are.
Live stream Skyrim. Just for us tonight.
I'm not streaming Skyrim. I've got Ninja Turtle games to play.
That's right.
We're not talking about that.
On this channel, we're talking about
the same department.
On this channel, we talk about it.
Turtles are only good for snapper soup. Other than that, yeah.
Give it up, Phil.
Snappers.
Give it up.
Snappers. Don't be starting Cash Money Mutant. I know what you're doing. You're on the other side talking to somebody. Who are you talking to? You do not talk to Paul and try to persuade him not to stream Skyrim. That's my thing. That's my fix. Need my Skyrim.
On that note,
yeah,
time for me to zoom on out into space.
I think it's time for all of us to zoom out into space for now, but I want to take the time to thank you, Anonymous, for coming on. Of course, Jet Sparks was on earlier. We had Gap After Dark on earlier. Cash, thank you for coming on. Phil?
No problem, dude.
Phil?
Yeah.
Phil.
Pineapple Phil. You gotta try it.
Phil. Oh my gosh. You know.
And then when you eat that, you got to try pineapple and peaches on
No.
No.
How about freaking no?
No.
How about no?
But thank you all for being here. Thank you all in the chat for participating in the chat. Brett Cohen, it was great to see you. Crit, great to see you. Hope you get your computer back soon.
And
Kathy?
someday I'll get my McDonald's coupon for Mike. Nuggets and fries from McDonald's.
You're the one that made that up.
I
never promised you anything. I never promised you anything.
McDonald's coupon for fries and nuggets.
Kathy, thank you.
And I want sweet and sour sauce.
Anonymous.
All right. Then get in your car and drive to McDonald's and get all that.
You know, I want do they have the gift thing? You give the coupon thing with the gifts. You buy books, you give you gifts.
They don't sell that anymore.
Yes, they do.
Not the one I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm. They sell them.
Anyways, thank you, Kathy Skywalker, for stopping by. Really appreciate it. And also the Padawannabe, thank you very much. We also had DJ Ronnie G. Thank you very much, DJ. And
I think everybody
let's see.
wants McDonald's fries. You should always gift out fries.
Dude, I'm gonna. Never mind.
You know what? I think Anonymous is going to call down the thunder one of these days.
Someday.
And he's going to tell you this, Phil. When he calls down the thunder.
Uh-huh.
You tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
But does Anonymous know how to shoot a shotgun?
Oh.
I don't know.
Well, that ain't going to mean nothing if he can't shoot a shotgun.
I can shoot a shotgun.
Thank you, Jet Sparks, for being here today or tonight. However you want to look at it.
Shoot me with a squirt gun? A super soaker?
Maybe that's what you're going to shoot at him, but... And Anonymous, thank you for being in the chat and also on the panel.
Oh, no problem, man.
Whoopa, it's always good to see you, brother. Don't ever be afraid to hop on the panel, even with Phil here.
Yep, we must preach about the dangers of the ivy in Wrigley Field and them poor outfielders that get killed and eaten by that ivy.
And
how many bodies are in that ivy that, never got seen again?
There are none, Phil. There are none. And Pops, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for having me on your celebration stream earlier on Wednesday. Really appreciate it. You're doing great stuff over there, brother. Keep it up. And we also had a sighting from... I gotta keep scrolling up. Gotta keep scrolling.
He won't acknowledge you, but I'll acknowledge you. How you doing there, old man? Us seniors have to stick together because these youngins tend to try to run over us. Justice for the people of our AARP.
I want to thank Louise Barry for stopping by as well. And Phil, I haven't even gotten up to old man yet.
Well,
he's back down in the chat. He made it back just in time for us to turn it off.
Can you believe this guy? He ain't even giving McDonald's coupons so you can get a fries and nuggets.
Man, don't you get like a senior discount or something?
We do, but it'd be nice to have the coupon to give even further discount.
Well,
I also want to...
If you talk to them like you talk to us, they'll probably just give you the fries so you'll go away.
And there's nothing wrong with that because I don't need it at the store. I take it and I go. Always take out.
Yeah, just take a large fry and get out of here.
Give me the large fries, give me the nuggets, and I'm gone.
Phil, I'm trying to sign off here, man.
Yep, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
I want to thank Star Wars Theology. Thank you, Felix, for stopping by. Thank you, Matt, for stopping by from Channel 66.
Nice.
Also, Keely Chow was here earlier. Of course, there's a couple of my links just to promote myself too. And we also had Christian Phantom Geek here. And Apollo Minion, thank you for stopping by. Congratulations on reaching 200 subscribers. Hope you and Simi stay safe out there on the roads. And, of course, Phil McCracken. Yes. See, Phil, I even acknowledge you. I'm
getting a little emotional here. I'm getting teared up. You know?
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
Hey,
Probably the Bing
I
Day.
know I put on a tough base and and everything, but I have feelings too. When you're elderly, you tend to have
Wait,
feelings.
you have feelings?
Cash money.
That's news to me.
He has feelings? No, come on,
tonight,
dude.
Cash Money. I'm going to be typing to you nonstop for 3 hours.
For what? About what? I'll be up for a while.
I'll find something.
Oh gosh.
I'll find something.
I didn't cause any problems, not this time.
I also want to thank Gab After Dark for being here. Keely Chow, Roll Tide, brother, Roll Tide. I also want to thank the old man.
Dun, 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 dun.
No good.
None of us. Now you got somebody going to be singing that theme song all the time. He hears you or sees you.
I'm gonna dream of that stupid puppets in the mic.
You're gonna dream of the two female pink puppets.
They're gonna be bouncing around, going doo, 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 doo.
For sure.
Yep. You might as well say that Mike Pacific 4 is telling Cash and Phil to.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
Yep.
So,
Seen Anonymous' theme song.
It's okay. I know one day Anonymous is going to explode, so yeah, I have to be careful.
Oh, he's going Super Saiyan.
he's definitely going to be over 9,000. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, last but certainly not least, I do want to thank the lovely Leia Rose for stopping by. Really appreciate it, Leia. And to any and all lurkers, thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it. If you like what you saw here, please leave a thumbs up. If you didn't like it, well, I'm sorry. Maybe next time I'll do better.
So when am I coming to your stream, dear Anonymous?
I don't have streams. I make videos. And go watch my video, Phil McCracken, you loser.
Maybe I'll do it and put likes on there if you put me on one of your streams.
What?
Whoa.
Wow, that sounds like
there you go.
some blackmail going on there.
Yeah, really. This ain't a pay to play, man.
I'll actually perform.
I don't want to perform.
Wait, I don't know. Wow.
Whoa, I don't think any of us want to know.
Nobody wants that.
No.
Anonymous, I'm going to sing on your channel.
Oh God, no. Oh God. Good night, Kathy. Good night, old man.
If I get to 200, I'll have another stream. How about that?
There
I
you
did up
go.
one for my 100 stream.
Before you all leave, please subscribe to Anonymous.
I got 40 more to go. Is there 40 people in here want to go sub or what?
Oh no, there's 5 people in here right now who aren't subbed yet.
Subscribers,
You
can live stream Conan the Destroyer and invite Cash Money.
No.
Wait,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to live stream that movie on YouTube.
I'd get dinged by YouTube. I can't.
You don't have to show it. You just have to be there to watch it while other people are there to watch
You
it.
can try it. You can do it backstage, and then there's no problem. But
Well, that's no fun.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
you could do a live stream where as long as everybody has the movie, or you have a way of showing to everybody, like in Discord.
yeah.
Anonymous has his own Discord.
Well, Anonymous needs to learn to use Discord because it can be better than Twitter.
Sure.
But
Seriously, man.
There's probably a whole new world I just don't know about.
Yes.
don't worry. In time, he'll use Discord just like in time. A certain tag will use Twitter a little more and use Discord. Hi, Baron. Hope you're feeling better, brother.
Oh,
Someday I'll get my McDonald's coupon from Mike, Nuggets and fries. It ain't that hard.
Nope.
You know, Phil, if
That-
you
that
just
ain't
give
ever
out your
happened.
address, you can probably get a lot of people to send you McDonald's.
No,
coupons.
you just wanted to send stalkers after me. Ain't happening. Do I look like I come from California Stan to be that dumb? I don't
Oh
want to.
gosh, drop it.
Well,
Phil.
you're
Drop it.
a turquoise pea, so I don't know what you look like.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
me
what.
neither.
You come over and I'll give you all pineapple pizza.
No, God,
No,
why?
thank you.
I'll pass.
I don't want pineapple pizza. You can have that. Keep that to yourself.
I will convert these people. If it's the last thing I do.
It will be.
Nope.
It will be the last thing.
The
Yes.
conversion has to happen after I take down the Phantom Hooligans and save YouTube from that atrocity of a channel. It has
Oh
to come to
gosh.
an end.
Wow.
Okay. All
Nice.
right. All
Good
right.
luck with that, buddy. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
All right. I do want to invite everybody to the Star Trek stream I'm having next Thursday at 8 p.m. where we'll be talking about the original series all the way up to Enterprise, and that does include the feature films that came out during that time, the 10 feature films that came out between the Roddenberry and Rick Berman eras of Star Trek. And the reason why I'm focusing on that era of Star Trek is because it's those shows and movies that made me a fan.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to pay tribute to those shows and those movies.
Yeah. Just don't bring Phil on because he's going to talk about Star Trek 5 too much.
No, yeah. No, we're going to talk about that movie where somebody gave Jonathan Frakes a bright idea. You need to shave like you did in the first season. Clean shaven. Yeah, his best thing to do is leave the beard on and never take it off.
Can you imagine Phil going up to Jonathan Frakes and being like, dude, that beard, man. I'm glad you got that beard because when you didn't have that, you didn't have a chin, man. You didn't have a chin. You don't have a chin.
And then
the scary part about that.
It was hard.
The scary part about that, Cash, is I could actually see Phil doing it.
He could, right? Now, would Jonathan Frakes punch him in the mouth? He might laugh. Who knows? But
Or he might look at him with a perplexed look on his face and
yes,
go, what?
Exactly. Yep.
But anyways, you're all invited to that stream. Like I said, I'm not sending out special invitations. It's going to be just like Pop Talk, where if you want to come on and talk about that era of Star Trek, then we can talk about it. Of course, I will be giving my thoughts on the Rings of Power. And I'm almost thinking about doing the live stream at a time where everybody can come and watch. And this way, I'm not doing it at the butt crack of midnight.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Unfortunately, I will come to every stream, but Rings of Power, not because of you, Mike. All serious now. All serious. Not touching the Rings of Power with a 10-foot pole.
I understand that.
Looking at it, not acknowledging that it ever existed.
And I'm not watching past 3 episodes. I don't care what anyone says.
I will pray that you can survive making it past the first 5 minutes, let alone 2 episodes.
Don't worry, I have a Cubs flask that I might have handy.
Just remember, when you get the urge to jam your thumbs into your eyeballs, that's when you have to stop. So be wary of that.
Yeah, I know. And I know somebody's saying you haven't even seen it yet, so how do you know it's going to be bad? I don't know. From what I have seen from their little promotional material, it's like, yeah. Even the costumes, seeing a close-up look of the costumes going, oh, come on, you're not even trying.
Scenery does look nice, though. There's been some doors that look pretty interesting and some recent screenshots.
The doors are great. Yeah. When they haven't given you any indication that not even one thing that would give you a little bit of hope, everything that they put out is just hot garbage. Why would you think the show is going to be good at all? Not even a little hint of it. So yeah, it's going to be bad. We're going to rail against it. The entire whole of YouTube is going to rail against it. So just have fun with it.
I am. I'm planning on having fun. That's why I'm thinking about doing a live stream. I might just make some smart ass comments as I'm watching it.
I have refrained from making videos about any of the promotional material for Lord of the Rings because I'm not into the lore like everybody else. I'm a big fan of the cartoons and the and Jackson movies and stuff. I don't read books, so it's hard for me to read long periods of time. So, but if there's some crap going on in them in those some of the first episodes, I definitely might make a video about that.
I don't blame you.
All possibilities of having crap, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So I want to thank.
See you guys. Thank you for having me on. Somebody can't wait. They need me there. So, unfortunately, I have to go.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on.
And just in case, people, we all joke here. Nothing serious. We all cool, except for Cash Money, who doesn't. That's it. But have a good night.
More blatant lies. Yeah.
All
right, Phil. Go away now.
Your theme song.
Go eat your turtle soup.
Phil's got to go because the nurses are making him.
That's right. That's right, dude. He's finally getting his Jello shot that he wanted.
That's right. It's Jello time before he got to go beddy by.
And Phil, I'll go ahead and play the music.
Thank you. I want to hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is
McCracken.
It makes me want to stick my pinky up in the air when I drink my tea.
I thought you did that already. Night. But thank you all very much. I will see you sometime tomorrow because I believe it premieres tomorrow. But I'll see you guys sometime. I haven't made up my mind. I gotta look and see how the day goes too. I may not even do it on the day of release for the Reigns of Power. I may even do it on this weekend. But it'll be done. I promise you. So with that being said, remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Take care and have a good night, all.